The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Get your fill of world-class chess at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. With the standings all tied up, the table was set for someone to carve out an early lead for themselves. A well-rested Richard Rapport was ready to feast in his return to the board, but he went home hungry as the game fizzled into a draw. Thankfully for those celebrating, pieces were gobbled up quickly as the remaining games equalized, allowing players to enjoy the remainder of the holiday. A leader has yet to emerge. Who will get on a roll and break away from the group? Round 4 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome to round 4 of the Sinquefield Cup. We are here at the Q Boutique where you can find the best chess merchandise. And we have the best chess players competing upstairs. Let's go back to the studio and follow the action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the Sinquefield Cup. We are nearly halfway and still looking for a leader. And it all starts right now. Hello and welcome. It is round 4 of the Sinquefield Cup and the chess gods seem to be favouring balance and equilibrium as all the players have played their games out to a draw. But will today be the day when it all changes? We'll find out. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here, as always, alongside two very fine grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Happy to be here. Pleasure, and I like the look.
I don't.
I like it. Clean shaven. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our show. Well, it's been a draw-filled desert, and your commentators are struggling, but fortunately, we have been forged in the fires of commentary ovens. We have a 9-time British champion, an 8-time Russian champion, a 4-time American champion. We can do it. We can turn the show into an entertainment dream. Jovi, do the honors and tell us about the standings.
Absolutely.
Is my guy winning?
Your guy is winning, also my guy is winning, and Peter's guy is winning, Anastasia. Everyone's a winner, basically. But to take a look at this, these are the standings. Fabiano Caruana, because of his high rating, he's at the top. Right. Alireza, Firouzja as well. Everyone has drawn their games, and just to remind everyone that Jan-Krzysztof Duda did withdraw after round 2 because of ill health, and his game against Anish Giri has been voided. So, everything's still to play for.
And tell us about the format for this year's Sinquefield Cup.
Yes, it is a 9-player round robin, and the players will be playing at the classical time control of 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, right. And then there will be a 30-minute time bonus for the rest of the game and a 30-second increment from move 1. And the best part, no draw offers allowed, and a standard point scoring system of 1 point for the win, half point for a draw.
And our schedule, Jovi.
Yes. So the players are playing 1 game per day, but it is very hard fought, very tense. And we're now on round 4, Friday, November the 24th, otherwise known as Black Friday. Right. But the players will be playing all the way through to November the 30th. And bear in mind, rest day is on Sunday, November 26th.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Jovi and Peter. Again, I love the look. I like the clean shave. Break down some of the statistics.
Let's look for a culprit here. With 12 draws out of 12 so far, we have a nice spread of openings, as you will see on your screen right now. But they can't really be blamed, as you will see on this graphic. We have 3 games played with the Ruy Lopez. We had 2 Sicilians, 2 Petrovs, which could perhaps be somewhat to blame, and 5 other games where featured all separate openings, but with Spanish and the Sicilian being featured in 5 out of 12, those are the two most fighting openings there is. So hardly anything here suggests we should have the drought that we've had so far.
Right.
And the drought it has been, as you will see in a moment. This is the, by now, infamous graphic of what was to be expected from the previous 10 editions of the Sinquefield Cup, with the statistical probabilities of a decisive game in each round. We've had two of the higher rated rounds, and round 3 was slightly lower, but still on the high side. And as for the actual decisive percentage, it's down there at the bottom. It's the axis. We're at 0% so far. Hard to say what causes this, and of course every day we come here freshly hoping for a decisive game. Perhaps today will be our day. And enough about the doom and gloom. Let's brighten all of our days by introducing Women Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovic. Good morning, Nastya.
Good morning, Peter. Hello, Yasser and Jovanka, and hello, everyone. I'm here for you, not far away from the playing venue, waiting for the players to come and share their thoughts after the games. I will also take care I will take care of social media accounts of Grand Chess Tour and St. Louis Chess Club, along with Begim Tohirjonova, who is also working here at the playing venue. Yesterday we had Thanksgiving, and thanks to the organizers of the tournament, everyone was invited for the dinner. And you can see the backstage video which I took just from the restaurant of the hotel, the Chase, where all participants are staying. And you can see also our crew, who also had this nice dinner. Alireza, Firouzja, you can see also chief commentator Yasser, Seirawan. And we got this very nice comment that my life goal to be at the dinner table with Yasser, Seirawan. I can tell you it's an experience for sure. And the only problem is when you sit with Yasser, his stories are so funny that sometimes you forget to eat. That's the only problem. On this note, let me bring it to Yasser. Maybe it's time, Yasser, to arrange a dinner for your fans. I was thinking about it.
Sounds great to me. My only question is, who's cooking? But figure me in. I'm ready to go. Jovi, set the plates and tell our viewers what they can expect for the pairings for this round 4. Very exciting.
It is
pairings.
Nonetheless very exciting, because we have Anish Giri. Remember, he is playing for a spot in the 2024 candidates. He will play off against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Giri needing a good performance at this event. Nepomniachtchi is playing Fabiano Caruana.
For me, that's a marquee matchup right there.
Absolutely.
Twice challenger versus single challenger, Fabi.
Yep.
That's got to be
That's
the
going to be
game,
big.
right?
And we have Wesley against Richard Rapport. Remember yesterday, Richard disappointingly left the game with a draw. Today, he might be out there looking for revenge, and Alireza Firouzja against Dominguez. And here we are back in the playing hall, and we see the players going through the security checks. And there we see Fabiano Caruana walking to his game.
I think that's the first time I've seen Chris Bird, the arbiter, wearing a T-shirt and not his habitual suit and jacket. I mean, the arbiters are always, they're supposedly very well dressed, Peter. I mean, come on, they have to keep up the standard.
I think even the arbiters are in on the let's change something up and hope it produces a decisive game bandwagon, as you can see here.
Exactly. And the players are fighting hard, Jovi.
Yes.
I mean, regardless of the results, it's not a joke. There have been some great fights. What are they fighting for?
Absolutely. And you can see it's a huge pot of money. $100,000 for first place, as well as Grand Chess Tour points of 12.
Right.
If it's tied, 13. If someone wins it outright, second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000, and there are prizes for everyone.
And the Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs, getting into the bonus pool of the top 3. You can earn bonus monies, and so the fight for the GCT Tour, as well as the Grand Prix, the ELO ratings. Players have a lot to fight for in this competition because candidate spots essentially are up for grabs. And Peter, I want to join you, have you join that conversation, because for me, the ELO and inviting the highest rated player to the candidates, that makes perfect sense. But I always thought of it as being a formula, not one single rating list.
As we've discussed previously on the show, for both of us, this has been a bit of a shock that they are only using one list.
One list, and it's the December. It's the end of the year.
I think it's
January the 1st.
January the 1st.
Highest rating on January the 1st will get
That's
that
it.
spot for the Candidates Tournament
look how
2024
close the
happening
fight
in
is.
Toronto. And as you can see, the live rating there, 27.61. Anish, Giri, 27.454, 27.52.
Yeah,
And I think just off screen, Leinier Dominguez is not very far off from this picture as well. He might be 2 points behind Wesley, if I remember correctly. So yeah, this is. They need to start winning games, obviously, for this to start shaking up further. But it's incredibly close, with many of these players not playing any more classical chess until that all-important January 1st rating list.
Exactly. As you see the players getting started, we're the lady in red, and we've got a hoodie for Alireza. I love the game. Let's start with Fabi, because he's our Grand Chess Tour leader, and I see Jan and Fabi as being a marquee matchup. Again, these gentlemen know each other well from the candidates tournament events. Jan has become the challenger to the world champion Magnus at the time twice, Fabi a single time. So I see these two guys having a rivalry that is, a good one.
Yeah.
E2, E3, Nimzo Indian on the board. Now, when I was playing the white side of the Nimzo Indian, I always liked the move Queen C2. A move favored by Capablanca became known as the classical. The E3 I've always associated with the Kiva Rubinstein, the Rubinstein variation. The idea, Kiva prized the two bishops, and he wants to win this dark squared bishop by encouraging exchange, just didn't want the double pawns, so he would play knight e2 and a3. Here we have a modern day treatment.
It is very much a modern day treatment, which when I realized that this has become fashionable, I remember it was really a shock for me, because this is sort of how you might react to the Nimzo if you know no theory about the Nimzo at all, and you're worried about doubling the pawns on c3, and you make this very passive-looking move, bishop d2, allowing black a wide variety of structures. Very often these days, black do play d7, d5 here, but other things are also available. But this has become very, very mainstream, and a lot of very strong players are playing precisely this. Simply, the explanation is very simple. There are more challenging ways to play against the Nimzo, but they have been analyzed into dust. Right. In particular, I think for many, many years, the move Queen C2 has been the central focal point of theoretical discussions against the Nimzo. But I think it's very well established that if black knows what they're doing here, they'll be fine. Exactly. And in fact, I was going to, as you were giving the speech about the Rubinstein approach against the Nimzo, I was going to say, all kinds of Zemish adjacent Nimzos are very much coming back into fashion. And I was wondering if Jan is going to play a3 here and go for these positions, because they, while they are strategically very, very risky with the c3, c4 complex becoming an actual weakness, they do provide for very, very sharp games quite often. Mm-hmm. And the choice between, let's say, a3 and bishop d2 here is a very polarizing choice, because one is a mess, very often a huge mess with a very sharp, very tactical play. And bishop d2 normally leads to a more restrained kind of a game. Right. d5 played by Fabiano in response.
Exactly. Yeah. Are you a Nimzo player for either side, Jovi? Do you
No, but I have dabbled in this variation.
As white, black?
As white.
With bishop d2.
With bishop d2.
The trend.
And I remember it was a trendy thing back then. It was 2020, 2021, but I wasn't really getting that much from the opening. I mean, I saw some games with Vachier-Lagrave playing, you know, just capturing the pawn in the middle and then trying to put a knight onto e5. But we will see how this game develops, and there we see a3 being played, attacking the bishop.
One of the things as black that I sought to do in these Nimzo Indians, I do appreciate he could go back, bishop e7, is to try to trade some of the minor pieces off the board with takes on c3, takes on c3, knight e4. Now you're welcome to play bishop b4, but I feel that after bishop b4, rook a8, you're going to have to do something contorted to avoid
avoid a5 or knight c6,
or a5.
Very possibly. And I think if you choose to do that, which Fabi already declined to do, you have to play, I think in spirits, after something like rook c1 here, or queen c2, you can choose either of those two moves, I suspect. It's very similar in spirit to like the old Lasker variation of the Queen's Gambit declined, which is not to everybody's taste, because you're absolutely fighting for two results. There will never be any... I mean, White could really misplay it later, but you're declaring from very early on that you're only trying to equalize, whereas bishop e7 very much leaves the game
as played.
Open, as played. Knight f3 and knight bd7 played by Fabi very quickly. Unsurprisingly, Fabi comes quite well prepared against this line. It is a very topical line these days.
Yeah.
For me, help me out here, guys. I'm looking at this position, I'm thinking, for me, the reason why I might, cheer the fact that my bishop is on d2 is that I could play c5. Now, normally speaking, after, for example, c6, I just put a move on the board. Normally speaking, after c6, bishop d3, b6, b4, a5, I have to worry about the fact that my rook on a1 is undefended. But in this case, ta-da, thanks to the bishop being on d2, I don't have to worry, and I could try to get something on the queen side. Is this in the spirit of bishop d2, Peter?
I'm not sure. I mean, c5 is playable, but first off, even the line that you were showing, these types of positions...
I've been known to be pretty even.
Let's say we play h3, a5, and even let's say we somehow manage to convince black to play bishop a6 and we take on a6 in one move.
Right.
Let's not do that. It's not really that important for me to look for a waiting move here.
Right.
This is a very well-known structure, which you normally get
with the bishop on
with the bishop on f4. There is a lot of theory connected with this structure, specifically starting from this position.
Right.
c5, c6, and so on. And we very soon, let me actually illustrate so that we can compare two positions properly. This is all very theoretical, very well-known line. So there is this position, which you get in the Queen's Gambit declined, and then there is this position
with the bishop on d2,
which we can get in the game if Jan were to choose c5. It's very important to have
it's
it on
not
f4.
Inspiring, Dan.
It really is very important to have it outside the chain and actually participating in the game. This, I think, is very comfortable for black immediately. Right. So I think it's understandable that Jan prefers to keep things tense and just goes queen c2 now, waiting.
Queen c2 isn't the most popular move, and I remember looking at this position and going for the pawn plans.
The Carlsbad structures with
Carlsbad
CD5.
structure, and eventually putting a knight onto e5.
Like early or with or without bishop to d3.
I think you tend to go bishop d3 and then...
So, and then kind of a Pillsbury attack with knight e5, castles and f4.
Perhaps after cd5 you could consider taking with the knight as well to perhaps take some of the sting out of those plans with knight f5 and f4. But yeah, it's a very...
in that particular case, though, Peter, then I can, again, maybe I can find reason to take pride in the move bishop to d2.
Yes.
Could I play knight c3? And if we were to trade, the bishop is yay.
And this now looks like it was a Queen's Indian, only the pawn is not on b6 and on b7. It looks like a Petrosian Queen's Indian now.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can absolutely imagine White being slightly better in a position like this.
I'm still reminded of your abracadabra. The bishop was on g3. You wanted to put it on c3. Abracadabra, Jovi. I got the bishop on c3. Cheer me on.
Yeah, I'm in favor. No, actually, I'm in favor of the bishop coming to this particular square in this particular pawn structure. I mean, you even see it, I think, in Grunfeld lines, like when the bishop comes to d2. And
that's right.
It's a nice piece there.
Well, let's go around the horn and see what we have. We have a game between Anish, Giri, MVL. It looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted, Peter. And I have to say, MVL leaving the territory of the Grunfeld defense is
and specifically
sad.
Becoming a QGA player. Yeah, Queen's Gambit accepted is...
Especially.
Yeah.
Do you know what's quite interesting? Most of the games in this tournament has been starting with e4 e5. And now suddenly everyone has kind of said, well, we need change.
Is it-
They're now trying.
Is it the day of the
with
queen
open,
pawn?
It is.
I
It
believe
is the
we've
day.
had 8 out of 12 so far. 7 we saw on our screen, and there was at least one Italian that didn't make it to that graphic. So at least 8 out of 12 were 1e4 games, and today 0 out of 12. And yeah, this is a very classical Queen's Gambit accepted,
Sure.
Which featured a very weird kind of a two-step here. Anish played rook e1, which is a topical little move, aiming to go for e4, e5 breaks as early as possible, to which MVL replied with bishop e7, maybe not the most obvious move, but perfectly playable move. And then you said, okay, I'm very happy with this. We are now going to play the d takes c5 lines. And interestingly, in response, there is obviously the option of transposing to one of the main positions of the d takes c5 line.
Exactly.
But MVL says, no, I will take with the bishop on c5, and I will say that your rook on e1 is at least not an improvement over the rook on f1. If you want to give me a check on d1, I will put the king on e7, and this is an extra tempo. And as for the comparison, normally, of course, you would have the rook on f1 in this position. MVL says, I don't care, this is a tempo, but it's not a tempo I have to worry about at all. I think most people would have gone through the same transformation of opinion about this line as I have. And I also, at some point, tried incorporating the Queen's Gambit accepted into my repertoire, in addition to the Grunfeld. And the DC5 lines, to begin with, look to me like I shouldn't even study them. How can black lose this position? Like, how do you ever lose a completely symmetrical endgame with no weaknesses?
Right.
And then I got beaten by strong players, like very, very badly, in particular in that match against Yevgeny Bareyev in the '97 Russian Championship. He just destroyed me from a DC5 line. And I thought, yeah, okay, now I understand. It's not that easy. You actually have to know what you're doing.
Right.
But still, every time I look at this position anew, I think,
balance.
Where's the problem?
Right, exactly. In this particular line, this particular position, with the king actually on e7 and the bishop on c5, there is a potential issue. Like, just to put a move on the board after king e7, the potential issue, as rare as it might appear to be, is that after knight d2, and again, I'm just going to put a move on the board, knight d7, this bishop on c5 with the king on e7. I'm just going to go ahead for it. Go for it.
I see what you're.
Yeah, and instead of going bishop b4, rook d1, I'm going to go bishop backwards to a7, and then suddenly and
B3.
shockingly, there actually is an issue with bishop a3. So, but I'm with you on this. I mean, I watched the rematch in 1992 between Fischer and Spassky, where Boris kept going for the same Queen's Gambit accepted position and hitting his head and not really getting winning positions or advantages. And I just thought, at some point you just have to say, I got to give it a rest.
And
E4.
This is actually very interesting, because that would be sort of the one way to either justify playing rook e1 first, or justify inviting white to, because it's double-edged. On the one hand, it supports the e4, e5 push, because often the pawn on e5, you gain some space, but it's also a bit of a target.
Exactly.
And having it protected by the rook on e1 is useful. On the other hand, I'm not sure this is a good move.
Right.
But just to put it on the
Illustration.
board, we now have a problem with f2 hanging.
Right.
The engine says this still doesn't work because rook e2 is very strong, and if knight d4 takes here, tactically this is quite strong. We are giving up on f2, but if you take with the bishop, your pieces will start dropping off. So rook e4 successfully protects actually everything you want to protect, and this position, because of the king on e7, in large part, with bishop a3 coming up, is just very, very bad for black.
Right.
But I think this is a very welcome development, because we might be getting a sharper Queen's Gambit accepted with d takes e5 compared to some of the ones we've seen over the years, because black seems like we'll have to accept the pawn landing on e5, and then some line like this, and h6 might not be a bad move, because you do want to not to worry about the bishop g5 check ideas. And knight e4, Honestly,
Something to play for.
this very much looks like a queenless middle game. I no longer feel this is an endgame.
Right?
This is now a queenless middle game with the king very much in the center. You might have to give up the two bishops because the bishop on c5 doesn't really, once again, to restate, if it goes away and you allow b3, you might be extremely unhappy.
Right.
Yeah.
So this could become quite sharp, which is a good news for us.
It is.
Okay.
And I'm just checking the database. There has been one game
How did it
played
go,
before.
Jimmy?
It did end in a draw. And there Black responded by playing b5.
Which I believe has just occurred, and it makes perfect sense. In these Queen's Gambit accepted positions, the move a7, a6 is very often a prelude to this tempo-gaining move b7, b5. Queen's Gambit accepted was in my repertoire, defensive repertoire, throughout my professional career, and I really enjoyed the idea that my bishop on c8, which is very passive, could suddenly flare anew on the long diagonal and go bishop b7, and suddenly I turn my passive bishop into a very aggressive one, especially against an early e3, e4, when I felt the pawn hadn't been protected. How did the game go, Jimmy?
Well, funnily enough, I was just checking. And it literally went b5, draw.
Let me guess, it wasn't played in the Grand Chess Tour at the
No, it
Sinquefield
was
Cup.
not. It absolutely wasn't, no.
What did I win? with powerful guess. Who were the two players?
It was Predka and Pronkratov. Sorry, I have to
Okay.
forgive my pronunciation there.
Jump in, Peter. b7, b5. Where's the bishop going? The c4 bishop.
It might
sorry.
not even, once again, the Sam Shanklin principle, what if we do it anyway, appears to be a
Really?
possible
Wow.
reply. Even knight g4, knight e4 seemingly somehow works out.
What?
Becomes very, very sharp. Currently
No
it's
kidding.
suggesting that, we're not expecting this, but this is currently what my
It
screen...
wasn't my first variation.
what my screen is showing me.
Bishop d5.
Yeah,
Like what?
my initial reaction was that we just drop it somewhere. Maybe f1, maybe b3. Those would be the two squares I would
Clear.
consider. But yeah, you have to at least consider e4, e5, because if you give black, let's say we play bishop b3 and black plays bishop b7 or includes h6 here. I think the inclusion of b5 and bishop b3 is very much in black's favor because counterplay on the queen side will just come a lot faster. Also, we've completely ruled out our own main idea of b3, bishop a3 check, so no longer have to worry about that. b5 is, I think, would be a very welcome move here because, once again, Anish is on 129.17 on our screen. No, this being Anish, this is not a bluff, he knows.
No, exactly.
So I think b5 probably does get met by
E5 or bishop
And then
d5.
we actually do have a proper brawl on our hands, which I would very much like to see.
Tell us about the Donnybrook that might
Yeah.
occur. e5, let me take the bishop.
Exactly. Pawn takes knight,
And let me take the pawn with the
Yes,
pawn.
absolutely.
You're going to play knight
g5 check.
No, you're not cooperating.
No, I'm
Knight
not.
sorry.
Yeah. And
That's an eye-opener right there.
And
I think you can see it's not great, but the extent to which it's not great actually shocked me. Machine says lost. Machine says game over. Despite this still being equal material position. But you can see how this king on d8 isn't great.
yeah, the knight is
no.
coming to e5, the bishop comes to g5. Ooh.
The rook on
The rooks.
e1 is a superstar in this variation. So
Absolutely.
after b5, e5,
b5, so therefore
don't take the bishop.
you have to move the knight.
It
Knight
seems like
g4.
knight g4 has to be played because if your choice is between knight g4 and knight g7, you probably choose knight g4 because these positions start looking.
I'm not happy.
Rooks coming into
Yeah.
g1, knight still jumping to e4,
Too
the king on
fast.
f8,
Yeah.
cutting everything,
White's position is too
off. So
harmonious.
You agree.
if you commit to b5, you will probably have to commit to knight g4, and in this position you might start to think. But honestly, if you don't play bishop b4, you're probably still in trouble.
I'm finding this position stunning because out of nowhere, we're having a huge tactical
Melee, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
Please, Jovanka.
the line will continue. Bishop b4. You know, two of White's pieces.
You have to
are
play
under
bishop g5
attack
check.
here, and then now let's
putting more pieces on freeze.
exactly f6.
We're about to continue. Now
Three
comes
up for grabs
bishop
now.
d5.
Yeah, now bishop d5.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a stunner right
Yeah.
there. Bishop to d5.
And before today's round, I kind of made a solemn vow to myself that I will use the engine less. But here, I think we will not make any sense. And one thing I wanted to show you, because really, this is a very nice illustration of just how bizarre this position is. Bishop d5 is by far the best move, but the second best move, and once again, reminding our viewers, we have 3 pieces hanging. Material is equal.
Right.
Machine says we can move one of them
Away.
and let you take 2 of the others.
What?
And then it goes h3, and it says white is not worse.
Your turn.
Wow,
Yeah, your move.
that's incredible.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
We are currently a full rook down.
Right.
But yes, the knight on g4 obviously will not escape because allowing
of
bishop
bishop
takes
Right.
a6 is impossible.
Right.
And so you get to some kind of a position like this where the
Okay,
poor
I have
king on
compensation.
e7, the ideas of like g5 and knight d4 and
this
also rook takes c4.
configuration?
c4, knight d4. If you allow me knight d4 and rook takes e6, or knight d4 and rook takes...
Something like this, you probably do make a draw with white. We're not playing for a win, though. I'm pretty sure this is not Anish's idea.
I'm
because
just saying,
yeah.
there is compensation, it's not great.
Yeah.
But could you look at the line with bishop d5?
Yeah, we
here?
absolutely
Because
have
that's
to.
ridiculous.
We absolutely
So that
have
is
to.
by far the best move, bishop to d5.
Yeah, bishop d5. Black, unsurprisingly, black
Takes.
takes
a
on
rook.
Yeah, so just briefly, if you take on d5,
Yes.
after knight takes f6, the king has no good squares and white ends up.
You take
Even
on
though,
e1,
once again, this is
you're
a position.
rook up.
Yeah, but we will win this piece back because if it goes to d6, we continue chasing it and eventually it'll have to go to some really poor squares. So the engine suggests you have to allow this and finally start developing some of our queenside. You know?
And if you don't,
You take the knight.
let's have a look at the greedy knight. Bishop takes knight.
Knight e5
I
check.
But it gets picked up.
I just want to show
king,
that one
yeah.
out.
g7, knight takes g4. Now
Well,
we're
this-
threatening to take on
yeah.
upstate.
Yeah.
And now knight
This-
e7 can
this-
be met by rook
e7 check.
This does
King
look
G6.
very, very risky.
Your king is
It's coming out.
right.
You probably
And
aren't going to enjoy this very much as black, I don't think.
no, it's important to show these lines
Yeah.
because it's.
I found a very cute mate, but unfortunately it's probably not mate because the king can run towards the
you don't
center
take
of the
the knight,
board. Yeah,
yes.
because
one
this actually is mate. And I was
Pretty.
for 3 seconds I was very proud of myself, but then I realized not obliged.
Not
Not
obliged.
obliged. But we're getting a little bit carried away.
Okay,
So
but we're
e takes
having
d5
fun
is
with
not
this.
best. Bishop
Yeah.
takes e1 is stronger. Rook e1 is playable, but black will just quietly play rook a7 in response, and it's a mess.
So we
the
take
best
the
move is
rook.
bishop takes a8. And here, by far the strongest move is to start actually trading pieces, using the fact that the bishop on g5 is still hanging. And we end up in this endgame. Equal material, white has the better structure, slightly better pieces, I assume, because the bishop will return to e4. But probably,
game. It's a
probably closer to a draw than it is to a white victory, but you pick white here every
Yeah.
single time.
Absolutely. And well, just
Thank you,
bearing in
Peter.
mind that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is also thinking for a long time, and Anish, quite frankly, hasn't thought for
At all.
at all. So I'm just thinking, you know, what are
All
the chances that Maxime is actually going to play b5? He might choose
That's a very good
another
question, yeah.
more solid idea. Perhaps your
H6.
h6 was a problem because of e5, and then
Knight e4.
Yeah.
knight
and-
e4, and then suddenly questions. I think b5.
This is not unplayable. It's clearly quite pleasant for white, but since we've sort of established that controlling this diagonal is very important, and bishop a7 probably creates more problems than it solves, you play something like b6, intending to follow it up with bishop b7, the knight will come out to c6, once again reminding white that now that we've solved the immediate tactical issues, this is a bit of a target, so there will be some counterplay against it. This is not horrible. It's I don't know if it's in Maxime's character to allow white somewhat free reign in the center like this, because you will have to play passively for a bit, parrying the white threats. But if he doesn't know, b5 is a very, very committal decision.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Peter. That's if they go down any of those roads, that's going to be great.
Exciting, right?
Turn our attention to the game of Wesley So and Richard Rapport. The King's Indian defense is one of those defenses that waxes and wanes in and out of fashion. At one time, Garry Kasparov was the standard bearer for the King's Indian defense, but nobody really picked up the gauntlet thereafter. However, Richie is one of those new generation players that literally includes everything in his repertoire, including the King's Indian defense, as does Ding Liren. Ding Liren, now that I think about it, he really likes the King's Indian. Let's see what we have. We have a Samish with f2, f3 by Wesley, bishop e3, a7, a6, queen d2, bishop d7. That's a little bit of a wrinkle for me. I mean, in the old days, they would be playing rook b8 as the main go-to. Bishop d7, rook b1, and that's also a very different approach than what the traditional approaches were. This is all standard for today's players, I suppose.
I'm not sure,
Peter.
because bishop d7, I think that was part of how I was treating this position, because there was another period where I was not entirely satisfied with only having one opening against one d4, and I tried the King's Indian, but it wasn't agreeing with me. I really loved analyzing the Samish in particular because we're talking about the mid-90s,
right,
where the engines were incredibly poor compared to today's standards. So you had to do a lot of thinking on your own, and you could also sort of make a somewhat convincing argument to yourself that this old, chess informant evaluation with compensation or unclear play actually meant something. Because these days, you actually analyze to the end, whereas in those years, you could get some incredibly sharp position by move 15, 17, look at it, say, I have piece play, I'm a pawn down, but I have piece play, I will have fun here, and just stop.
Right.
And the Samish, the old main line of the Samish, arguably is a very, very good example of this particular approach, where I actually had analysis of this position, but in those years you could sort of just ad-lib from here.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of a position Black very much wants against a very, very classical f3, bishop e3 Samish. Rook b1, first of all, bishop d7 is a slightly different move to rook b8, I think, in terms of knight c1. Yeah, I'm not sure why, let's say, you're preferring bishop d7 to rook b8, specifically against knight c1, because you're pretty much always semi-obliged to go for these lines. And if you are to play c7, c5 here, you would much rather have the rook on b8 in preparation for the b file being open, rather than the bishop on d7, which does nothing. But I suspect Richard has some idea here, maybe something like knight h5, f5, or in this position sometimes they say, I'm supposed to be worse in this structure, but I don't believe in it, so I will just play. So maybe he had something like this in mind. But rook b1 in general is something they were already doing in the mid to late 90s. Idea being, Black's counterplay is often connected with the idea of playing b7, b5. So let's put it on the board. And the reply, a very decent reply very often, is just taking and playing b2, b4, stopping the advance, and then continuing sort of d5, knight d4 becomes the idea. You can play in the center. Currently in this position, you can take on b5 and rook takes a2 for some reason isn't. There is a reason, yeah. I was wondering why it was so happy about
You're trapping the rook.
Yeah,
nice.
About taking on b5.
This door just slammed shut on that one, Joey.
and also another way to describe what Wesley is doing here is by taking a look at the next two moves that happened in the game. First of all, it's a pass. As long as knight is on e2, e5 is more or less completely unplayable because you just cannot play knight d4. And if you have to drop it to e7, you're going to be in trouble. This has been known since Fischer's times. That the king goes queenside now. The king never will be on g1, so all of your counterplay on the king side is. You can also actually just start playing on the king side yourself. So not having access to e5, you're looking elsewhere for either passing moves or ideas. So Richard actually played h7, h5 here, which looks a bit weird.
Doesn't it have the idea that if the knight comes to g3, I've seen them go h4?
Of course, yeah, of course. But mainly I think it's a useful waiting move. We are waiting for white to commit to something that will provide us with a target for counterplay. And Wesley says, I don't have to wait for b5. I can play b4 proactively.
Wow.
And just continue gaining space everywhere.
Right.
And eventually, the way Wesley is setting up his pieces, I feel like the knight is just not going to leave the e2 square at all.
We're stuck.
So we are probably going to finish our development on the king side by playing g3, playing bishop g2, and castling.
Very different.
And then we will think about how to further
proceed
expand.
on,
Because for
queen
black, you are now sort of stuck looking for things to do. You can play h5, h4, but once again, with nobody here, like I can maybe even consider playing g4 in response and saying, would you like to open the h file for me? Like,
do me a solid.
Exactly what are you doing here? So yeah, black feels like if b5 is unplayable, and I think if we were taking on the previous position, we're definitely going to be taking now that the a2 pawn isn't even hanging.
It's even defended,
we have the protection.
Right.
So b5 doesn't appear to be very good. e5, as we've established, needs the knight on e2 to depart, so we are kind of restricted to all these kind of shuffles.
And then g3.
And then g3, we can even start with h4. I'm not sure if we need to start with h4. I quite like playing g3 first. And once again, h4, I will spend a tempo on g4. I don't know if this is... Apparently now you can
sacrifice
can go in,
the pawn. Yeah.
So you have to be a bit careful.
Right.
Expecting rook e8.
Yeah.
And it's kind of one of those funny moments where if after rook e8, Peter, white plays a4. It's like the 5 pawns attack, but a4 is actually a bad move maybe because of a5.
a5 and then
b5 and the knight b4.
Yeah,
it's like I've given black's knight a role.
There's a great expression when you have a lot of space. You've got to use that Spider-Man expression, which is like with great power comes great responsibility. With great space comes great responsibility. So you've got to mind your squares. And we saw the computer had an idea of perhaps sacrificing something in the middle of the board. Can we show how? Yeah, because otherwise it looks like black is just going to get squashed.
I think it pretty much always needs to start with rook e8. Because if we are to sacrifice this pawn with 94 while the knight is still on e2, you need to have most of your pieces already on the squares where they need to be for those sacrifices to work. And the line where it definitely did work was after g3 and h4. I made an additional mistake of playing g4.
Yeah,
and now, after all of this happens, black has this
nasty
counter strike, because fg4 knight takes e4 just loses on the spot, everything starts collapsing in the center. Also importantly, after bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, this knight is hanging. So this is also bad, meaning that white has to play something like bishop e2. Honestly, position remains unclear. I think this is playable for white. I will just go like king d1, king c2 at some point.
It feels a lot more
but this is an improvement.
Uncontrollable here. In this.
But after g3, I like the move g3. h4, just kind of chill here. Can't we do something? Okay, bishop g2 may encourage h3, but how bad is that, Peter? I mean, the pawn on h3 has got to be considered a liability, right?
It's both. I think it's very much sticking in our crow a little bit here. But of course, if we have time to finish development and start attacking it, we'll just pick it up. It will not be defended for very long. But we've wasted so much time now that some kind of counterplay, perhaps with b5, with the intention of giving this up and then going e5 and blowing everything up. You can imagine this now being dangerous with the white pieces so dangerously restricted in the center.
So maybe white has to be precise here and actually not go g3. Maybe h4 is
I think h4 is maybe stronger.
Will at least shut that door on that counterplay.
Intriguing. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on this one as both players are playing, I would say, very enterprising coming in to this round. And we do have the position with b4. I just needed to update my board there. The other remaining games...
one game we haven't looked at, and that's between Alireza Firouzja against Leinier Dominguez.
Let's see how the players reached this position. Is it one of the London
It was a London system.
I tell you, I have been seeing this more and more, especially in the Title Tuesday Blitz events. It seems like the London variation, the London system with bishop f4 against the queen's pawn opening has just become incredibly popular.
And we see black actually employing the very trendy knight h5 variation.
I'm looking at this position. You just went knight g8, to f6, to h5, to f4, to g6. Haven't you just lost an enormous amount of time?
Not particularly. I think this makes a decent amount of strategical sense. Yeah. If we go through this move by move, of course, after bishop f4, there is a lot of potential plans here. But this is, as Jovanka said, this is very, very
as
fashionable.
As you get, right.
You wait for the knight to arrive on d2, then you take, because these types of exchange Slav positions really need this knight to be on c3 for white to be any better at all. So white obviously recaptures with the e-pawn. And if you look at this position, now black has this really poor bishop on c8 compared to the bishop which will eventually probably be on d3. And as we will see in a moment, it does land on d3, although via a two tempi route. And if you play bishop d6 here, white very, very happily trades and plays some kind of position like this, which you sometimes get from London's. You can also get them from e takes d5 caro. There's a number of openings which result in this structure. This is a very pleasant edge for white. And the plan here, which is relevant, will be we want to castle, and then we want to plant this knight on e5, usually supported with a 4. And you can actually develop a very quick attack on the king side if black sleeps on it for like 3 moves. Which is why knight h5, which is normally breaking a lot of rules. Right. You don't want to be moving the same piece so many times in the opening. What it does is it very, very efficiently shifts this bishop from this diagonal. So we're winning the h2 b8 diagonal for our own bishop. Bishop g5 is a possible move here, and black actually replies with f6. This is how much we want the bishop away from this diagonal. Bishop e3 was chosen by Alireza. Now this belongs to black.
Okay.
Bishop d3 would run into knight f4, and both the bishop and the pawn are hanging, which is why Alireza developed it to b5 first. Knight f4 was played anyway. Castles, castles. Sorry, not castles, actually knight g6 first. Bishop d3, and Leinier has just castled here. So what black achieved by this very, very long maneuver with the knight is this diagonal now belongs to the bishop on d6, and you also have this plan of playing f6 and d5, which fights for, the freedom of the bishop on c8.
And also, with that knight on g6, you control the e5 square, which is white's main source of counterplay. White's going to go knight e5, f4, just kingside attack. Here, it's actually not very clear what white is going to be doing. Whereas black, and you also mentioned this f6, e5 plan, I also wanted to point out that the very old-fashioned plan of just simply playing b7, b5, and doing the old minority attack.
Something like rook b8, b5 before is very playable as well,
For me, Peter, it's not obvious, and I think our audience might have the same question. Why do you voluntarily retreat the knight to g6? I mean, the knight was sitting there nicely on f4, and aren't you supposed to wait for white to give you the boot, the old heave-ho?
Well, the thing
g3?
is, though, isn't white actually in these type of positions going to go g3, h4?
Okay.
And ask questions.
Not really after the
Then you got the tempo.
Castles,
so let's say I castle. If you want to play
it's
g3,
probably connected with this. I have a feeling it's probably connected with this move because white can use the fact that the knight on f4 is hanging to perhaps force black into this structure.
Well,
this is quite unpleasant.
Yeah.
Right.
You as a Caro-Kann player know this structure, and it can be quite okay for black, but you need to have pieces on much better squares than they are here.
Gotcha.
So I think it's just a very tactical thing. You would like maybe to wait for white to push it with g3 because then you're not doing this for free. But preventing knight e5 was
was an issue.
More immediate concern.
Very, very good. Let's go back to our marquee matchup for just a moment. What?
I mean,
guess what?
I mean, Anish knows.
Anish knows something.
Anish knows, but
Look
you
at
didn't
this.
enter this variation.
Unprepared. No.
But does MVL know is the big question. Anish knows for sure.
Rook e1. When you see a move like bishop d5 in modern chess today, you look at that and you go, oh my goodness, I've just walked into my opponent's preparation. And you get this feeling like, if MVL isn't prepared, could be like over and dead.
No, I think the bailout is very humanly understandable.
You take
bishop
the rook,
bishop
you take the rook,
you
take f2, as you showed.
This is not as lethal as some of the other things you could run into are, because actually the best line here is the line that you will be drawn to precisely because you're playing against somebody who is extremely well prepared, and you don't want to compete in extremely long, sharp variations where you could go wrong. So I think
taking the rook,
the fact that this
taking the
exists,
pawn,
the fact that this exists is
You have a
of
bailout.
huge help.
But-
Of huge help to MVL.
If
Yeah.
psychologically you're afraid to try that one, I mean,
Right.
can you get away with going rook a7? Is
Yeah,
that...
you can play rook a7, and it doesn't lose. The best move for white here is bishop d2, which is understandable. Everything is still hanging. So this actually very cutely solves all of our problems. Protects the rook on e1,
Protects
moves
the bishop.
moves away the bishop from the g5 square, and after you take, using the spin, we have also protected the
How can you protect 3 pieces with one move?
in one move. Yeah, it's very very
That's
impressive.
A rare,
Triple whammy.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It
Honestly,
is a rare
if
triple
you
whammy.
whoops,
Don't do
if
that,
you
Peter.
compare, where was it?
this
was-
position,
This position with bishop
F2,
takes e1 and bishop takes f2.
right?
I think if you don't know and if you're searching for something playable and you're choosing between this and, once again, let's not lose my place, and this, you're pretty much always going to be choosing bishop e1, bishop f2.
Right,
This one looks very dangerous. The knight on g4 is still very misplaced. You still have to deal with the problem
Queen
of having a
side.
very centralized king there on e7.
Right.
h3 is bothersome. e6 is very vulnerable.
Yeah.
Just looking at this position, it doesn't feel like it's lost, but it feels like it could be if you make an additional couple of inaccurate moves.
Exactly.
Whereas this one looks like it should be holdable.
Much safer. How do these players match up, Jovi?
Well, let's have a look at the head-to-head and take a look at this.
Wow,
Anish,
lots of
Giri
draws.
has the advantage. 5 wins over 3, 27 draws. And remember, this is just
Solid.
classical chess. I mean,
Exactly.
they've played each other in countless games, Rapid and Blitz.
Wow. Yeah, bishop d5, some great preparation. I'm looking at the clocks. I'm looking at Maxime body posture. I've got to figure that Anish is the one who's caught his opponent. Now the question is, can you get a serious advantage? The position you have on the board really reminds me of modern chess because it's Black has developed nothing but his king.
Yeah. And also
Somehow that's okay.
half the pieces are gone also.
I have a name for that type of king.
What's that?
Spartan king, after
Sparta.
the warriors of
Yeah,
Sparta.
exactly.
Yeah, out there, lead from the front.
Right, Leonidas.
Usually a very bad idea.
Exactly, Leonidas leading his army to victory. So that is the Anish MVL game. I want to turn our attention to what I thought coming into today's show was going to be the marquee matchup game between Jan and Fabi. And this was this quiet, trendy Nimzo Indian with bishop d2, queen c2. Fabi immediately captured on c4, c5. You'd almost think for a brief moment that this might be a queen's gambit accepted if we had seen a6 and b5, knight b6, bishop a2, knight e5, an isolated queen pawn, and this is a very good place to stop. In principle, Jovi, when you see isolated queen pawn positions, do you favor the player with the isolated queen pawn and your dynamic attacking ability, or do you like to play against the isolated queen pawn? Thinking.
I'm thinking. It's
thinking.
it's a difficult question, actually.
Yeah. Just taking a look at our monitors there, I see that the arbiters have the Grand Chess Tour t-shirts. That is at the Q Boutique. I don't know if Aris is actually aware that he's become our fashion model for the show. But now he's trying to get away from the camera.
The
A good arbiter
him,
is never seen, as he proudly wears his t-shirt.
Yeah.
Back to the
Back to the
question.
IQP, I find
Like
them
to play
very difficult to play against. Especially when there's a lot of minor pieces on the board.
Sure.
I feel like I have to dedicate a lot of time to work out the combinations and the potential for white just to spring forward with the pieces. But then, once I've figured out how to trade, then I'm very, very happy. So,
Right.
It's kind of an extreme position that I have. I love it or I hate it.
Okay, sitting on the fence. You, Peter, isolated queen pawn position, you prefer to play
I've,
against them or with them?
Probably against. My repertoire generally doesn't lend itself to playing either.
Right.
But at some point, once again, in my Slav/QGA period, I started getting some of them from the black side in particular.
Right.
And they're surprisingly dynamic and interesting to play. They look like you blockade on d5, you have a very nice, comfortable life. Not how it goes very often.
Right.
I got mated in some very, very, exciting games.
Right.
For my opponents, at least. Maybe not so much for me. The old Botvinnik plan of f4, f5, in particular, if the bishop leaves the d7 square, just immediately trying to undermine the pawn on e6 and introduce the bishop on a2 back into the game, is still very valid.
Right.
It feels like a precise play here should give black a decent position, but you do have to be careful. You do have to pay attention to all of these details. And the fact that white very often is more or less obliged to play against the black king bodes well for a very sharp, very interesting fight.
Exactly. This specific position, Peter, first of all, is it novel? Are we in regular theoretical channels?
The database is saying no, but the piece construction is very familiar. With a bishop on d7, bishop e7, bishop on a2. I'm immediately drawn to Peter's idea of going f2, f4. I just wanted to highlight another plan.
Sure.
You swing the rook over to the center. Yep, you do a rook lift.
Yeah.
And get attacking. Another idea is to go bishop b1. I've even seen, there's so many ideas that I've had people do against me. Like, for instance, I've misplaced my knight, and before I know it, the white knight from c3 has transferred itself to g5. Very dangerous. Do not allow that to happen, ever.
Right. Yeah, and on that particular final topic that Yovi brought up, a way to perhaps fight against it would be this move knight a4 currently,
trying to trade.
Attacking the pawn on b2, attacking this knight on c3, which does seemingly force a pair of knights off the board, although you might have to switch it from an isolani to the hanging pawns on d4 and c3, a kind of a relative but a different structure, which is maybe not something that everybody loves doing, because you have removed the target that you were planning to play against for the rest of the game, and you've given white a slightly more mobile center. But this is still perfectly playable for black. Or you can play bishop c6 immediately, and I think just go for the normal ideas of blockading
bishop
on
c6
d5.
is what I've done.
And
let's check out the head-to-head matches, and what do you guys predict?
I would say even.
Well, Yasser.
Well, that lucky shot, Grandma. But I'm shocked
prediction.
that it's so few. We just did that MVL Anish Giri with, I don't care, 27 draws. Somehow I would have doubled the number. I would have said 2 wins, 2 losses, 24 draws or something, because I just have the feeling that these two players know each other so very well, and from their candidates tournaments with one another, I would have expected more games between them. Queen d3 on the board. As for myself, I just want to say that I find I'm really drawn to isolated queen pawn positions. I played them very often on the white side and very often on the black side. And by the way, knight a4 on the board. If I had been in Fabi's shoes myself, in this particular case, I would have probably been very quickly drawn to bishop c6 and bishop d5, searching for
and
piece trade
Jan
that way.
instantly plays bishop b3, which
invites the hanging pawns, as you
no,
say.
I wanted to say that this actually gives me the idea that he might know, because
that he's prepped.
It wouldn't have been so obvious to me that this is the best move here. I would have looked at
not at all.
Because yes, you have to work out how to meet the threat of knight takes b2. Specifically, knight takes c3 is not a threat as such. It's just a move that you might have to allow.
Right.
But you have to figure out if b2 is actually hanging, will the knight be able to come back? And if the answer to those things is yes, how do I react to it? But Jan could also have just worked it out while Fabi was thinking. Both things are possible. But with this being quite clearly his choice, he went for 1d4 here. He plays all 3, maybe even all 4 first moves these days after preparing for 2 World Championship matches. His repertoire basically includes everything.
Right.
So it was his choice to play 1d4. It was his choice to allow the Nimzo, which many people just don't do these days because of how solid it is. e3 bishop d2 was his choice. So it wouldn't really shock me if, let's say, this position was on his radar and it was once again Queen C2 followed by what he's done. You could logically actually arrive at this position in your analysis, but knowing Jan, he might just be in one of the moods where he feels what the right move is and just makes it quickly because he trusts his instincts. Yeah.
Okay, continue. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, and you said, the
C6
hanging
anyway.
pawns and a close relative, if you will, of the isolated queen pawn. How does the engine assess this?
Slightly better for white, but not very much. Although it does get very sharp, as I just noticed, because the idea of bishop c6 is
to play bishop e4.
bishop e4, but also to play knight d7, because the best piece white has, of course, is this knight on e5. And if we deal with that problem, our life instantly becomes much simpler. And in reply to that, white goes rook f1, stopping bishop e4 as well, very multi-purpose move. Knight d7, and it snaps on f7.
We were having this discussion yesterday, the two minor pieces for the rook. In this case, 2 pawns, not a pawn, but 2 pawns. That probably favors
the black king is unsafe as well. So
this is very, very sharp. On the other hand, the bishop on d2 is not very impressive. We don't really have very many attacking pieces. So compared to some other positions where this sacrifice happens, we're not really trying to mate. We're trying to actually win back the material. Perhaps we're hinting at the fact that h7 is also hanging. Very cute variation I just thought of. I don't know if it's correct or not. There is rook takes e7 here, which I thought was quite spectacular. King takes, we have bishop g5 check.
Okay, but queen takes.
Yeah, and if queen takes,
still
we have queen f5 and queen c8.
So the rook falls off. Loose pieces, drop off.
Yes.
And it's important to start with rook e7 because my first thought was queen f5, but then we have bishop f6. And this will no longer be available. And this is actually very good for black with queen d5 coming next move.
Exactly. And rook takes e7 is a cold shower.
Yeah. So for this position, if we assume it's likely to happen, black needs to make sure they don't get run over immediately, but then, let's say, I saw on my screen that at some point the engine was suggesting just giving up on h7. Giving up on h7 altogether to establish... I mean, this loses to rook e7, but the idea is to establish this kind of a blockade. The queen goes to d5, knight goes to c4. Yes, white has 3 pawns now with the rook for the pieces. But this is going to be a very nice light squared blockade.
But I love this idea of knight takes pawn. I think it's so dangerous. It's also very typical of this particular structure. So the point I really want to make is you get to this position, your opponent again is playing very quickly. Bear in mind he hasn't used that much time on the clock. I mean, you treat the idea with respect, right? You're not going to go knight to d7 because you're like, okay, that's too dangerous. How else can black try to neutralize? I mean, can he just go for control over the light squares?
Not to play knight d7.
Knight d7. It just feels too much.
I agree with you. I agree with you, sort of in general terms. But I'm struggling to come up with a good waiting move.
Very specific.
Well, I was thinking a6.
Yeah, that was one of the options for sure. But
potential b5.
c3, c4 is playable. Also, you might find.
And then you set up the wall, which I call g6.
You go g6.
This is a very important one.
And then maybe we even start pushing.
This is how you get mated. This is what people do against me. And this is why I spend a lot of time.
Now you can finally play knight d7, but some kind of a position like this might not actually be...
h5?
Yeah, because h5, bishop g5, I think the reason it starts with g3 is that it doesn't really want you to be able to start offloading some pieces.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it goes g3. I can imagine it even including king g2, rook h1 before playing h5.
Wow.
And yes, you have some squares on the queen side. This knight might land on c4 or g5, but very often, white is in a holding pattern for now, preparing to improve both on the queen side. And also, I want to mention this rook on b1 will be quite useful. Having played a6, we've somewhat weakened our queen side, so this rook is also going to be a bit annoying. And these types of structures, with the bishops against bishop and knight, my initial feeling would be it's quite pleasant to play for. It's not horrible for black, but I'm always choosing the white side of this position.
Fascinating isolated queen pawn. I have to include one of my favorite stories. If you don't mind, put the knight back on b6 for just a moment. And it comes from the book My Life in Games by Michael Tal. And essentially, if you don't mind, put a pawn on h6 for black.
Oh.
Somehow put your knight on h5 for white.
Okay.
Rook on e8 for black.
Okay.
And yeah, we got a position like this. And Michael Tal, he was thinking, should I sacrifice on g7, knight takes g7, followed by bishop takes h6 check, followed by knight takes f7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's a big fork. Or should I start with knight takes f7, king takes f7, knight takes g7, king takes g7, bishop takes a. So you're sacrificing 3 pieces.
Yeah. Well, you need some more pieces to be attacking. But yeah.
Or, and which piece should I sacrifice? He had 50 minutes. And somewhere in the middle of his calculations, he remembered a poem about a swamp, a hippopotamus that was stuck in a swamp. And he started thinking to himself, how do you get a 2,000 kilo animal out of a swamp? And he started imagining what kind of engineering you might need to lift the hippopotamus out of the swamp. He looked at his clock, he had 3 minutes left. He scrambled and he grabbed the first piece he did and sacrificed it, and he won brilliantly. The next day in Pravda Sport, he read that a finely calculated sacrifice by Michael Tal brought him victory in the Soviet Championship.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's a nursery rhyme about the hippo. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Great fun. But that came out of an isolated queen pawn. What do we have?
Rook A7 played, by the way, by MVL, which is honestly a bit surprising.
This was the bishop d2 problem solver.
Right. To me, it's not that surprising because Anish has been playing so quickly and psychologically. You know, I just remember Boris Spassky's words. You know, when his opponent surprises him with a very sharp, he says, "Well, you know, I'm going to treat it with respect."
Okay.
And you know, try to neutralize it as easily as I can, and then when I get home, there'll be some homework to be done.
Absolutely. Rook A7, Peter, take it away.
Well, bishop d2 we discussed. Bishop d2 is just very strong. Somewhat shockingly, white can also just play bishop f4, continuing to leave a bunch of things hanging. Yeah, and yeah, some line continuing with bishop b1, bishop d8, bishop b8, rook d7, and something like this.
It continues.
Yeah, this is still playable for white, but I think bishop d2 is just straight up stronger than this.
Right.
So I'm expecting bishop d2, and it's already on the board.
Yeah, why go for it? Because this really does solve white's problems very well, and it asks, well, for me, the black king suddenly does feel misplaced in the middle of the board, and I would say that Anish should be happy with the resulting middle game position. So
absolutely,
it feels promising for white.
And it is. It not only feels promising.
It is.
It is
an advantage.
It is objectively quite promising.
A nice
it's not
advantage.
Winning, but it's a very good outcome for him.
Jovi, where would you like to take us?
Can we head over to the extremely sharp game between Wesley So and Richard Rapport?
This was our King's Indian defense game. We just saw the move h5, b4, and knight h7. That was not on our radar. I think we focused most of our attention on rook e8, prepping the move e7, e5. Richard said, okay, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing. I'm not 100% sure what you're doing, but I am thinking of playing f5. I am thinking of playing e5. How are you going to solve your problem with the king? Wesley said, I'm going to advance my pawn, knight e5, knight d4. And we can see if white is just allowed, if you will, bishop e2 castles, massive space advantage in the center, queen side. So black has got to do something here. He cannot just sit back and get himself pummeled because bishop e2, castle c5, and the attack on the king side is way too slow.
And Yasser, I have a question for you.
Please.
Do you like your space?
I love my space. I've always enjoyed specifically the same-ish, and I've always had this kind of a love affair with the queen side breakthroughs with c4, c5, and especially when my opponent doesn't have e5, f4, and g5 on the board. In this particular case, I think Richard needs to do something rather dramatic and rather quickly, Peter. I don't think he can just sit back and wait.
These were absolutely my next words. Yeah. The moment you passed it on to me, I was going to say, if Black doesn't do something in the next 3 moves,
you're gone.
You're going to be in so much trouble. And I like d5 knight d4. I think it's nicely timed because if you don't react to knight h7 at all, Black might be,
tempted,
emboldened to play f7, f5. So this is just the time to do it because now f5 feels like, I'm not entirely sure. I guess with knight on d4 we can just continue developing. We don't need to punish it immediately. We'll develop our pieces, castle, and then eventually this will land on e6 with great effect.
Right.
S4 breaks available to Black. Apart from trying for some kind of c5, I don't know what to even suggest.
Okay, so let's try it. c5.
So c5 or c6? C5, I think c5 is just completely unplayable because positions like this will just be bad.
Right.
And after b6, once again, I will play bishop b2, I will play castles.
Yikes.
Eventually I will play h2, h3 to take away the final square from the knight.
Right.
And then I will play f3, f4, and you will resign. Right. That's the plan here. That's the plan. So if you're touching the c-pawn at all, it is to play c6. And you can, I thought you can ignore it, but ignoring it does give Black some counterplay because suddenly there is something to play for. So I think the reply will be just to take.
Okay.
And then choices are a bit unpleasant because you can do this, but then after bishop b2, you're still not really threatening anything. You can play rook c8, and maybe White has to address the threat of c6, c5. I'm not altogether sure because even this, I thought originally I will find a tactical solution to the problem of the hanging pawn on c4, but this apparently is playable. But after rook c8, White can play
knight b3.
Knight b3. White can even play c4, c5, which often is quite strong in these structures. Because,
the knight on d4.
a6 is hanging, but just basically we're securing this very, very comfortable setup in the center. We're preventing the break. And Black is left with pieces which are less than impressive. Or on the same topic, you can start with rook c8. But then after bishop e2, c6, we get to very, very similar positions. If you play c5 here, bc5, rook c5 is probably better for White, but some counterplay. So we're still taking en passant. And you can take with the bishop here, maybe, and try to pretend that the c4 pawn is a target, but all of this is not really making me particularly excited for Black's prospects here. It still feels like this is absolutely the best shot you have because e6, having played h5, is just very, very unattractive. I feel like these structures are unattractive, and also I think we can just fail to react. e5, cd5 will not be a lot of fun.
Can you try c6 now?
No,
but now I'm definitely not reacting. I'm very happy to.
Yeah, especially my knight is on h7 and not on f6.
So
I'm not really threatening to capture on d5, am I?
There's no c5 and b5 and.
So something needs to be done immediately in this position, and it feels to me that it has to be connected with the c-pawn, not the e-pawn. We don't like the f5 breaks. h4, h3 really doesn't do anything at all because we will just play bishop e2. We'll play g3, we'll castle. It's not really a source of counterplay. b5 is so well covered now that this break is off the table. So more or less by method of exclusion, you land at
I was just wondering whether you can go a5 first to try. I mean, is this ever an idea? And you go?
In this particular structure, I'm not even against playing b5. Because I think if you completely close the queen side, I will actually break through in the center.
One day.
So and this I think solves the c-pawn breaks.
I was kind of hoping c6 would be something. I understand that
but
the computer
now
probably.
We also have an additional trump. And if you comparing it to some positions we've seen earlier, you still get your knight to c4. But in the process, you've given me such a
gem.
I'm not a King's Indian player.
One of the greatest King's Indian games I've ever seen in my life, bar none, it was a game between Alexander Belyevsky and Dr. John Nunn. And in that game, Dr. John Nunn, as Black, played f7, f5. Sasha captured on f5, knight takes f5, and is sacrificed in exchange. Could I do something really obscene. Rook takes f5, and the idea was to go queen f8, and sometimes there's a tender point on f3.
It's one of the more famous King's Indian of all time.
Right.
I will say I really don't think White has done enough here for this to work. But also, I want to say, if I play bishop e2 here in castle and just say, I appreciate you being a hopeless romantic, I'm not going to indulge you, you're just not going to enjoy this very much. Yes.
Also, you're given the e4 square for the knight.
Details. Don't bother me with the details, Jovi. Knight e4 is actually a very nice square indeed. Okay. Very good. Very good. Well, we've got an exciting round. It's not the Berlins today, and we do have some fantastic positions to gnaw upon.
Definitely.
Let's take a look at our standings before we go on our first break.
And there we can see it. Well, there have been no decisive games so far, so that means that everyone is untied at the top. Fabiano, Caruana, Alireza, Firouzja, Nepomniachtchi. Many players have 1.5 points.
Right.
And just to remind everyone that Jan-Krzysztof Duda has withdrawn from the competition after round 2, so his results have been voided.
Very good. And as we prepare for our break, well, as you've been witnessing, our arbiters have been modeling our Grand Chess Tour t-shirt. Show off your support for the 2023 Grand Chess Tour with this amazing t-shirt. The blend of polyester and cotton will keep you comfortable, and the back features the tournament locations for the 2023 Grand Chess Tour events in Bucharest, Warsaw, Zagreb, and St. Louis. And do all your chess shopping needs at qboutiquestl.com. And yes, we do have the Black Friday holiday sale. We usually offer 5% to friends and family, 20% unheard of discount. Get online.
Absolutely. It is the place to shop. And we are going to take our very first break. And in the meantime, we do have a video where Tony Rich is discussing the history of the Sinquefield Cup. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
It's a pleasure to sit, first of all, with you, Tony, here, because I know that with Sinquefield Cup is coming, it's just nearby, and you are so busy with many things. So thank you for coming, first of all. And now that we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Sinquefield Cup, I mean, it's important to kind of make sure, acknowledge the role which you played in this tournament. And let's say your passion to chess, your organizational skills made it clear that this tournament has high standards. So how can you reflect on this journey with Sinquefield Cup over those 10 years?
Wow. First of all, I found out that it was our 10-year anniversary of the Sinquefield Cup just a couple of days ago. I can't believe it's been that long, honestly. I still remember that very first event with just 4 players. We had Magnus and Levon Aronian against Gata Kamsky and Hikaru Nakamura. And for me, watching all of these great players come to St. Louis, growing the event from 4 players that year to 6 the following year, into 10 players, making the Sinquefield Cup a part of the Grand Chess Tour. I think I'm most proud of the fact that this is legacy building for the St. Louis Chess Club. What the Sinquefield Cup has done for St. Louis is establish it in the chess world throughout history.
Absolutely, but let's start from the very beginning. How it was actually done, how the first one appeared, and what was the inspiration for the first Sinquefield Cup?
The first Sinquefield Cup, we owe a debt of gratitude actually to Sunil Weermantree. Sunil is a chess coach himself, also known as the stepfather of Hikaru Nakamura. Sunil has been a great partner with the St. Louis Chess Club over the years, and he was traveling to a chess tournament where both Magnus and Levon will be playing. We reached out to Sunil and said, hey, we would love to get these guys to play in our first Sinquefield Cup. At the time, the name wasn't even the Sinquefield Cup. And so Sunil, while he was over there, had the opportunity to chat with both players and secure their commitment to play. So that, I would say, is how the first Sinquefield Cup came to be.
Wow, it's really interesting. I mean, I'm sure many people don't even remember how all this happened. And how do you see the tournament grown all these years from that event, the first one, until the one we have today, 10th Sinquefield Cup? Looking
through all of the Sinquefield Cups, it's interesting from the perspective of the broadcast. the arbiters, commentators, the crew that puts the event on, social media coverage, everything has changed about how we produce an event like the Sinquefield Cup. You know, in those early days, it would just be a couple of commentators in the basement of the chess club, a couple of camera operators capturing all of the footage from both the playing hall and in the studio itself. You know, and there were some hiccups in those early days. I remember when the stream would go down and everybody would be running around trying to figure out how to make it come back up. I would say that not just the professionalism for the chess players and that side of the event have improved over the 10 years, but I would say what the club has really done well has set the bar for chess broadcasting and chess coverage.
Exactly, and also all we know that Sinquefield Cup is a part of the Grand Chess Tour, the big, you know, the big tour, and what role it plays in the whole Grand Chess Tour, and from which moment actually it became the part of it.
The Grand Chess Tour started in 2015, actually. It was a partnership between the St. Louis Chess Club, the London Chess Classic, and our friends at Norway Chess as well. So there were 3 classical events that first year, no rapid, no blitz. The Sinquefield Cup is the one event that has been the mainstay throughout the entire Grand Chess Tour over its, 8 years, I guess now. So the Sinquefield Cup to me represents kind of the bookend of the Grand Chess Tour season. It's a classical tournament that brings together all of the very best players in the world. And the players already know what their standings are from the rest of the Grand Chess Tour. They know what they're coming into this, and they know how hard they have to fight. And I think that produces some very exciting chess in the Sinquefield Cup.
Absolutely. As a technical director of the tournament for so many years, which challenges you had during all these years? Can you tell some interesting stories and some challenges which you had and you had to solve and you solved successfully?
I could write a book on the challenges that we have faced organizing major events like these. Things you wouldn't consider: geopolitics, the closing of canals, delayed flights, and weather in Norway can impact a chess tournament in St. Louis. I remember spending very late nights and very early mornings on the phone with the U.S. State Department and embassies and consulates around the world trying to help players get their visas. In fact, I remember one story specifically. I was with Nepomniachtchi trying to obtain a visa to come to St. Louis. The U.S. Embassy was delaying and he didn't have time on his own. So I went with him in person to the U.S. Embassy in Croatia to try to obtain his visa. Unfortunately, we weren't successful that time, but I learned a lot about the visa process.
Absolutely, I can imagine, you know, I've been through this process also many times, but thanks God, I mean, players are here, and Sinquefield Cup number 10 is next to the corner, on the next corner. So what are you expecting from this one?
This year's Sinquefield Cup, I think, will be one of the most exciting because it has some really interesting players in it. Guys like Richard Rapport, Jan Duda. These are some players that are right on that threshold. You know, we see the Magnus Carlsens, the Levon Aronians, the Leinier Dominguezes. These are players that have been established in the top 10 and have won major events themselves outright many times. I think this is a really exciting time for chess because we still have those established players, and at the same time we have these upstarts that are really coming into their own. So I think this year's Sinquefield Cup promises to be a bloodbath across the board.
Absolutely, but what about the most exciting Sinquefield Cup for you personally? Which one was the most memorable?
So there was a year that Vachier-Lagrave played the Sinquefield Cup. And I don't remember exactly which year it was, but driving into work that morning, I was driving just past the front of the chess club, and I saw Vachier-Lagrave walking into the Starbucks. I have to admit, I almost crashed my car. I was so excited. I'm like, it's Vichy, it's Vichy. I had to calm down and realize, yep, he's going to play a chess tournament here pretty soon. So that was really exciting.
This is a funny story.
Probably the most exciting Sinquefield Cup for me would have been the one, I think it was 2017, where Fabiano went 7-0 in the first 7 rounds. I mean, watching that performance and calculating the odds of him doing it again, and is he going to make it in round 5, and is he going to win in round 6, and will he win in round 7? The excitement building was really memorable.
I wonder who were all these people who were working behind the scenes all those years. Can you name, maybe not all of them, but those who survived for 10 years?
I think we might have to roll the credits if I'm going to name everybody, because it's going to be a long, long list. I say this at the opening ceremonies a lot to the players. They have a lot of contact with myself, or maybe with Rebecca, who's our event manager, Kelly Toll, who handles travel and hotels for the players, but they don't have a lot of interaction with with the rest of the staff, literally dozens of people who make these events possible. From the front desk staff at the chess club who answer the phone and sell tickets and make sure that guests and members have access to the commentary, to the folks that actually produce the events, the Kevin Duggins, the Brian Adams, Marcus Batten that are behind those cameras that are configuring the devices and making them happen. Eric Arnson, who makes sure that the website and the technology is working properly. Leonard Otis, who makes sure the DGT technology works. It literally does take a village to produce these events, and we're really lucky to have a great team.
Exactly. So my last question, like, what do you think is the impact of Sinquefield Cup on the history of chess and the popularity of chess?
I think the impact the Sinquefield Cup has on the history of chess is still being made. I think what we're doing in St. Louis is producing great quality events. We've done it for 15 years, and I look forward to doing it for the next 15.
That's a great comment. I mean, Tony, all the best of luck in this, and all the best for the Sinquefield Cup, which is coming tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind the scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We are back for round 4 of Sinquefield Cup, and so far the players have kept us entertained with their fighting chess. Today they came up and came to the board full of mood for fighting chess. And let's remind ourselves of the standings after round 3. And there you can see, well, there hasn't been a decisive game so far, but it does mean that the players are all there at the top. Everyone is happy, but everyone is definitely looking for something to play for. And let's remind ourselves, especially for those players, those people who've just joined the show, of the pairings. Giri has the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Nepomniachtchi plays against Fabiano Caruana. Wesley So and Richard Rapport are currently engaged in a very dynamic battle. And Alireza Firouzja faces off against Leinier Dominguez.
I have to say, Jovi, I'm looking at all 4 of the games and I'm loving what I'm seeing. I'm seeing imbalances everywhere, sharp play, good play, Peter. And if today's rounds all end in a draw, it's destiny. It has nothing to do with the players because they're working hard.
The fates are trolling us by that point.
Right?
That happens.
Exactly.
But yeah, starting with the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana are 2 World Championship challengers, 3 challenges between them.
Exactly.
We had this position on the board, and
we did.
Whether Jan still knows what he's doing or he's working this out over the board, 114.52 is an inconclusive, I think, clock setting here for Jan, but he is very much showing the absolutely central line against what Fabi is doing. After bishop b3, which is where we left off, the sequence of knight takes e3, b takes e3, bishop c6, very logical. The bishop wasn't really doing very much on d7. You would perhaps like to have it on e4.
You'd love to.
Plus the idea of knight d7, so rook fe1, very good response. And knight d7 more or less instantly met by this sacrifice. And Fabi is now thinking, this is a very sharp position. We tried describing some of the potential plans that black can have. You can play queen e8, you can play queen f8, trying to make the threat of bishop takes f7 less problematic. Or there is a very dramatic solution here of actually allowing white to pick up a 3rd pawn and then playing something like bishop f6 and trying to establish a light square blockade with like queen d5, knight comes to c4, rook perhaps in some future could land up on h8, and you could actually have counterplay against the white king, surprising as it may sound. But this is a very, very committal decision. In Fabi's case, you can pretty conclusively say he is seeing this position for the first time.
Right.
So I'm expecting him to think for quite a bit here, because it's a very, very important decision that he has to settle on.
Thank you, Peter. And we have a very special guest joining us by Skype.
We do. We are going to be joined by award-winning journalist Sharon Carpenter. And Sharon,
Hi.
how are you doing?
Lovely to see you again, Sharon.
so
You
good
should
to
be
see
here in
you.
St. Louis.
I know. I'm going to be there in a few days, actually. Right now, I'm in sunny LA. You can probably sort of see the palm trees behind me. But yeah, we worked together a couple of years ago, so
We
it's so
did.
good to see you again.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and it's great that you're going to come and join us for the gala, because that's our big fundraiser, if you will, here in St. Louis. And that's also going to be the site of the closing ceremony of the St. Louis and the Grand Chess
Yes.
Tour. So we're looking forward to seeing you.
Yeah, and Sharon, we are so excited to have you back for strategy across the board. So tell us about your role this year.
So it's similar to last year. And last year, I had the opportunity to work with Judith Polgar, who, of course, is widely considered the best woman chess player of all time. Didn't have to play her at chess, thankfully. That would have been over in seconds. But I got to interview her live on stage. And I'll be doing the same thing with this year's special celebrity guest, who is Marina Toibina, the 6-time Emmy Award-winning costume designer who is behind the costumes on The Masked Singer. She has worked with Katy Perry, Justin Bieber, Taylor Swift, if you've ever heard of her. Of course, we all have. And you're probably wondering, what does that have to do with chess? Well, Marina started playing when she was young. She was around 5 years old. And in recent years, she's now using chess as inspiration for some of her costumes. So if you remember Katy Perry's epic Super Bowl halftime show, where you had the chess piece costumes the dancers were in and the giant chessboard, well, it was Marina who was behind those costumes. And we're going to be talking to her about how chess has inspired her creatively, but also as an entrepreneur in business. She's learned some business techniques when it comes to chess. So it's going to be very insightful and very fun as well. I can't wait.
Sounds fantastic.
It's going to be wonderful having you for the gala and for the closing ceremony. When are you going to come back and do some chess commentary? Last time you were throwing some patties towards the end there.
I'm coming in today. Surprise! I'm right around the corner. Hopefully, I will be there very soon with you guys on set. That will certainly be a lot of fun. I think it was 2021 that we worked together, and certainly learned so much working with the best grandmasters, such as yourself, Yasser. So hopefully I'll be back again soon, maybe next year.
What have you been up to? What are you doing in LA?
So I do a lot of Royals coverage these days. And of course, chess is the game of kings and queens, right? And historically, monarchs have always loved to play chess. So over the past few years in particular, there's been a lot of interest in what's going on with the royal family after the Queen sadly passed away, and then Harry's book Spare, and then the coronation happening this year. So I've been very, very busy with that, working with CNN, contributing on CNN and ABC News and E! News as well. And then I cover pop culture in general, but I also love to cover chess when I can too. So it's certainly keeping me busy out here in LA.
It sounded there.
It
We're
sounded
very, very
amazing.
busy indeed, Sharon.
And we did see you on social media playing a chess game. So how's your chess?
Well, if you read the caption on that picture, I lost to my 7-year-old nephew, which is sort of a bittersweet moment, right? And I have to say my sister was giving him some help as well. And she was using the oldest trick in the book, like the kids have to go to bed, hurry up and make your move. And you hurry up and then suddenly your queen's gone, like that kind of thing. Was going down. But I love to see my nephew really getting a good grasp of how to play chess, and he's enjoying it, especially when he gets to beat Auntie Shaz. You know, that was his victorious moment. And now my little niece, who's 5, she watched it happen. Now she wants to learn to play as well. So that's great.
Well, lovely. Well, you're inspiring, I can see, your niece and nephew there. Sharon, thank you. And once again, having you at the gala will be a lot of fun. We'll look forward to seeing you on set. That's all happening December 2nd, Joey.
It absolutely is. Strategy across the board, and it sounds amazing for Marina and also Sharon to be there and just to share with us their chess experiences and their inspiration.
Absolutely. Sharon, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
See you soon.
All right.
See you soon.
See you soon. And getting right back to the chess, I saw knight f6 and c4 in the Fabi Nepo game, and I really like the move c4 a lot. It just keeps all the tension in the position. Again, we've got 2 pawns for the 2 pawns and a rook for the 2 minor pieces, and let's put the pawn in action, Peter.
Absolutely, and I think that the reason we haven't even mentioned the move knight f6 is very specifically the type of position that Jan is going to get now, because I think the knight normally very much belongs on f6, and very many of this, it covers the king side. Many of the tactics that we were showing in other variations would be completely impossible with knight on f6, but allowing c3, c4 so easily does give white a very comfortable game going forward, because you're probably threatening to play d4, d5. There's also a very important strategic idea of playing bishop d2 before. If we go back a move, it's very, very clear what white's worst piece on the board here is. It's this bishop, which is very restricted by its own structure. Normally doesn't have very much of a job on the king side if black doesn't blunder something. And now, let's say we actually force white to take, which is arguably a very logical thing to do. You can't really tolerate both of your rooks here hanging. And by the way, knight f6, somewhat amusingly, is now offering white a choice of rooks, choice of rooks to recapture. So you go bishop d7, you say, okay, now do something.
Make your...
you have to take on f7, now we go bishop b4. And
suddenly your worst piece...
Yeah, you probably have to play bishop f8, because improving white's structure even further doesn't really look very attractive. So you play bishop f8, and white plays, let's throw in h3.
Always.
And then eventually these bishops will come off. Let's make some moves, yeah. And let's say we put the rook on e5, put the other one on e1. You have to, of course, make sure that black doesn't develop some immediate counterplay against your center. But in more general terms, with the queens on, this king is always going to be unsafe. I think it's incredibly important that we traded away one of the defenders.
Right.
Black still having a dark square bishop here would be very much in black's favor. And also, endgames are not entirely safe even.
No.
Now that the bishops have come off the board, if you imagine the same position with all the heavy pieces traded off, black probably makes a draw, but black struggles a little bit. So this is now seemingly a bit of a free roll, and we are speedily heading towards that very same position, because everything up to king takes f7 has already been played. And bishop b4 looks incredibly logical now, and we can see it.
It's on the board.
A fantastic explanation of the position there, Peter. And I must say that in those variations where you do get to play rook e5 and doubling the rooks on the e file, in particular, the rooks are bossing the minor pieces. You don't have a beautiful blockade on d5 and a bishop on the long diagonal. So it just feels to me like Jan is going to be very happy with the outcome of the opening in this one.
Another position which underwent a very, very significant change, and I'm pretty sure Anish is still, or at least was still in the book one move ago, because his very, very last choice here is somewhat mystifying. We left it somewhere here in the game between Anish, Giri, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime made what is the best move according to the computer, to which Anish very quickly replied with a very interesting forcing sequence. He played h3. It's important to drive the knight away from the e-file, not even anything else, but specifically the e-file. And from h6, knight being a knight, cannot reach the e-file at all. And now we go bishop takes e6, temporarily sacrificing a piece, and then attacking this bishop in such a way that the only way to protect it is to give up the exchange on c6. And if we stop here and talk about the material balance, this is another one of those that we've been discussing for the last 2 days. Rook and pawn against two light pieces, two minor pieces. But here I think the evaluation very much depends on the next few moves, because black will be completely fine if black actually synchronizes, coordinates his pieces properly. But Currently, it looks like a very disjointed army, which doesn't really work together very well. Rook a1 is a very logical start, because you want to
Open file.
fight for the open
contest.
file. Rook c8, very obvious response. And now Anish actually reasonably quickly made the move f2, f4, which the engine does make, but it makes it a bit slower. It starts normally by rook c5 here, creating an annoying threat of rook h5. And also, I think, importantly, cutting away the idea of knight f5, because this can just be taken with the pin along the e file. So you provoke, or maybe even force, you can say, knight f7, and you play f4 here. And now the threat of f4, f5 is extremely annoying for black, because it's just a full piece that is being threatened. And if you play something like king d7, giving your bishop some squares, you can absolutely include more pieces in the game. And this is now becoming very, very difficult to contain. Judging by what I see on my screen, it's probably still within the drawing margins with absolutely perfect play, but perfect play is not very easy to achieve.
Especially when your clock is, there's such a difference in the clocks, Peter.
But after f4, very specifically allowing knight f5 is in black's favor, although you have to work out why g4 and f5 isn't winning. I guess it's not winning because specifically knight e5 exists.
There's a knight e2
and there is a knight e2 fork there in the end if you take on e6.
Yeah.
That hurts.
That does
How
hurt.
do these two players match up, Joey?
Well, let's take a look. And what are your predictions, Yasser?
Even.
No. It was a 5-3 in Anish's favor. And remember, with 27 draws between the pair in just classical chess.
Alone.
And wow, what a game we've been treated to so far.
Okay, so knight f5. So the inclusion of the move rook c4 first, Peter.
I think rook
So
c5
are
was
we
slightly
saying
more
that
precise.
f2, f4 was suboptimal then?
That's at least the suggestion I'm seeing so far. I didn't have very much time to analyze this properly, but the suggestion seems to be that rook c5 was more precise, and now black should be surviving this.
But isn't this still like ideas of rook c5 in the air?
Rook c5, we can still go knight d4 because f5, the 5 knight e5 remains the same tactic.
Yeah, no,
which
I was
saves.
thinking of swinging the rook over to h5. I'm going all in for that pawn.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, this is
Jovi.
actually pretty good, and the fact that black has to give it up is an indication of how decent this idea is. But now your rook is a bit misplaced. The only real square is b7, and black can, for instance, it's not the only move, but a good move here would be knight d8, very specifically because it allows us very important tempo to play, let's say, rook b6, rook c2, and start launching our own counterplay. And this, as you can see, is suddenly very double-edged.
Right.
Because as we were discussing during the previous broadcast, one way to assess these positions is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Quick maths.
Quick
Yes.
math. Current position, knight is on f5. I can play it slowly, Peter. I'd love to play g4 and f5 and da-da-da. But
Which of the slower ones do you like?
Yeah, the knight f3.
My guess is we now have to unpin ourselves finally
Exactly.
because it's a little bit too
But
annoying
Now,
not to.
rook c5?
rook c5.
I
if
like this idea of doubling on the c line.
I do too, but hold on. Here we're
There's knight
walking into
d4.
knight.
Let's go knight b4 for instance,
Knight
because knight
b4.
d4 I didn't really want to calculate some tactics. But
So we can take a g4 and drive the knight backwards for a change?
yeah, but it still feels like black is sort of
Somehow in there,
getting better
right?
coordinated. This one will come to d5, and suddenly, if you imagine, let's say,
Yes.
this position, there are no more useful entrance
business
squares on
squares.
the c file.
That's a
I
good
was,
point.
I was
So-
also thinking it's business time with the knight coming to d3.
Yes. Could easily change.
Yeah, absolutely. And 95 was just a demonstration.
Sure.
93 is much, much stronger in this
Yeah, that's a
position,
fork. Yeah. Going back again to the current position, so knight f3, if you don't mind, king f7, and just waiting. What is black's very next move?
Bishop
I'll play
d5.
A3,
Bishop
A3.
d5 maybe is my dream move in this position. h7, h5 is also useful, just making sure that g4 we can get some more
Yeah, I
pawns
was
off the board.
again. I'm
F2.
king f2. I'm thinking, can't I launch my king side pawns in certain moment? G4, f5.
But even in sort of, I understand trading the
Right.
bishop for the knight is maybe not that attractive, but some position like this, like I will get the rook over to d6. I'm probably not winning this with black because it's still a bit shaky. I don't have full coordination and white probably survives, but how are you going to move any of my pieces?
Oh, I
Right.
can move your pieces, right? Can I not go rook c5?
Say rook d6.
And then
He's just keeping
He's
that
just keeping
knight
it.
on c6.
This is very, very sturdy. I
Right.
feel like this is a position of very
but you can't make
decent
any
equilibrium.
progress, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
there is like the doubling of the c line, and then you start advancing your pawns.
Well, I can imagine you want to play rook e4 and king e3 and g4.
Yeah, I like Jovanka's suggestion better, to keep everything in place. You just go rook
Just
c1 and
stuck.
asking to make a move. But even maybe moving it back to e7 or rook e6 might be a move, right? Because you don't really want to allow rook e1, rook e2, and if you put it back, I'll put it back as well.
Yeah.
So I think we'll let Anish think, and
Okay.
honestly, the pause there, I also saw, he was briefly on our screen after knight f5 landed,
Right.
and he sat down and went into the full,
Pause.
hand in hands mode. It seems to me that maybe he mixed up something. He knew that this sacrifice is best line. He knew that he has to go for this position with rook against pieces, and he remembered there is a strong f4 somewhere. And
Just what
Yeah, and,
order is he supposed to play them?
yeah, and another thing that I think is very familiar to most of us is that feeling where you have this mental picture of how the position you're aiming for looks, but you don't exactly remember the move order. And in a way, very often it's better not to know anything. Like, I think Anish would have done better if he was just given this position after rook c1, rook c8, and told to think. Compared to the situation where you have this vague picture, but no direct lines present themselves to your mind, and you're set there torn between trying to think and trying to remember.
Right.
And you often end up in this kind of no man's land and make moves like a 4, which are like an echo of something
You knew
Yeah.
you were supposed to do, but it was the inclusion of rook c5 that makes all the difference. Now it might be slipping away. If I could go back to for a moment, apologies, Peter, where bishop takes e6 was Anish's move, and the move, I wouldn't necessarily be looking to give up the two light pieces. Knight d4.
Knight d4, they just play e6, e5. And the thing is, you have so many pieces on the d file that now rook d8 is a massive, massive threat. So you will now spend 2 tempi bringing them back.
Like bishop
So
d3.
you play something like this, then you play something like this. In the meantime, black, gets bishop b7, gets the knight to f5, gets the knight to either d7 or c6.
I provoke
and this
e5.
already looks a lot more alive for
Right.
black, right?
So that was why he felt it necessary to take on e6
No,
immediately.
I think
and then
knight
play
d4 is
medium.
counterproductive. Something like bishop b3 is very playable, but even here after rook d8, you can sort of name a number of moves black will quite happily make, right? Knight f5 or knight f7. I assume knight c6 with the idea of knight a5 is something to
On
aim
your
for.
agenda.
e6, e5 is very often on the agenda as well, to maybe play bishop e6. Whereas for white, it looks very attractive aesthetically, but how are we making progress? And
So,
also...
from that matter, bishop b3, rook d8, rook e2. So I'm making progress by doubling up.
Yeah.
And I'm forcing
It
this
actually-
move e5, and I'm proud of myself having forced you to play e5, but you're not upset.
I'm
No,
not that
the
upset here
bishop
because I
will
think
come
knight
to
f5,
e6.
bishop b6 is coming in quite quickly. If we could already play
Play
f4 here,
f4.
we'd probably be winning.
Right.
But it takes a long time to organize.
Got it.
And yeah, and we also have to return to I think, a pretty obvious fact that here he was still very much in book.
Yes, you.
And the engine, I think, is quite conclusive on the topic of whether you should be taking on e6 here or not.
Okay.
Right. Very
Well,
good. Thank you, Peter.
Does look like
Where
it's a
would you
case
like
of
to take us,
close but
Jovi?
no cigar for
but no cigar.
Anish. Let's go to the sharpest game of the round so far.
What would that be?
Nepomniachtchi against Fabiano Caruana.
Very good. Where would
Another
you like?
piece imbalance there on the table, and well, you did see bishop b4,
Right. Bishop f8 on the board.
and then now
D4,
d5.
And Fabi has no intentions whatsoever of helping the structure. Bishop takes b4, a takes b4. That would just be very useful for white.
Isn't it annoying when your opponent isn't cooperative?
We're probably expecting rook on a1 to c1. Again, this is one of those imbalances. We do have 2 pawns and a rook for the 2 light square pieces. Open e-file, I feel like I would rather play the white side here. I'd rather take the material, the 2 pawns and the rook, meaning 7, versus the 2 minor pieces, meaning
Well, it's
6.
definitely a lot more comfortable to play with the rook and the 2 pawns.
Because of the open e-file and the slightly dodgy king.
For me, it's the dodgy king, actually.
Yeah, the king on f7.
Yeah, because it's something that black will always have to have one eye on.
Exactly.
And
so I would play rook a1, c1, and the time factor is huge, actually. It's almost, well, it's more than a 2-to-1 in favor. Fabi, well, he's not the greatest in time trouble, but he doesn't get himself in time trouble this often, Peter. This is a very big edge. Normally, Fabi, extremely well prepared. He knows his middle games, openings inside and out. He doesn't find himself nearly an hour down on the clock.
Not very often, but
No.
I will say that it felt to me that the very committal idea of playing d5 pretty much instantly instead of, I was including h3 here, for instance.
Right, useful.
I think maybe it made Fabi's life a bit easier because he can now look to perhaps establish some kind of a blockade. For instance, after rook a1, there is a slightly weird but seemingly working idea of playing bishop d6, very much provoking c5, but h2 is hanging, and it's not entirely pointless to win that pawn. Like c5, I will take on h2, and then I have a very comfortable square on f4 for both the bishop, and maybe the queen is even stronger, trying to swing it over to h6. So you can't really give it up, you have to play h3, and now we establish this kind of a blockading situation where c4, c5 is going to be very difficult to organize, and will also, even if you do organize it, will just lead to simplifications instead of an advance.
Yeah, exactly.
And with this shape, you suddenly start asking exactly where's your progress coming from? We've robbed ourselves of the e5 square for the rook. You can drop the bishop back to c3, hoping to create some threats on the king side, but you have to do it in a way that doesn't blunder the c4 pawn, so this will require some organizing, like you can start with queen f3, but after king g8, once again, bishop c3 is...
Well, still, you can take...
Even the simple rook f8 here seems...
What's wrong with taking the pawn?
You've got a back rank.
I got a back ranker.
Yeah, it's still playable. Like, you can do that, but I'll show you a tactic because it's very relevant here. This does lose on the spot. Yeah, the bishop b2 is stronger.
Not running anywhere.
Miss cheapo, please.
Yeah, bishop b2 is stronger, forcing the queen to retreat, and then you take on f6. But the engine holds even that. But even if we just decline to calculate any variations and just go rook f8, this suddenly looks like a much improved situation for Fabi because
much safer.
Yeah, the king is safer. White actually killed off much of his own play. I think d5. I think d5 was a bit hasty. I think Jan, he knew he has a very good position, and he was also echoing what you were saying about the Fabi's time management. Fabi doesn't generally get himself very low on time, so I think the temptation to continue playing quickly, to continue putting pressure on the clock, is very real. But maybe it was better in this particular case to actually invest some time into trying to figure out how to proceed efficiently.
Just on that note, once again, you had recommended h2, h3.
Yeah, I liked h3.
Position.
Can I ask what's going to happen if I encourage you to push that pawn one square further? So after
D6?
bishop d6, so rook c1, rooks,
Yeah.
and now I wanted to go.
This was the pawn sacrifice.
No, not h3.
H3.
H4.
H4. Sorry.
H4. I wanna.
Yeah, let me do the same
really-
and ask you what the big idea is.
Now
I just really wanted to go like h5, h6, and try to weaken.
It seems to.
And now.
h6. Yeah, it's
Alpha 0.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, it's modern day chess, right?
Right.
And you have to consider it.
I actually quite like it. There are some tactical issues with it, but I want to disregard the tactical issues and try to see how I would react if I didn't have the magic,
engine.
the magic in front of me. Yeah, I have a feeling that He would actually unnerve me a little bit, yeah, because my initial reaction was I can do this and then ask exactly who is going to be mating who on the king side, but Engine disagrees with it, says that some position like this is definitely an improvement for white because this king is not very safe and there will never be any real play against the white king. I wasn't sure about that, but seems like that's not a very good reaction. You never play g6, you pretty much never play gh. It just looks... I mean, Machine says you can, but in a practical game I would be very, very loath to play gh. And having established all that, Engine says knight g4 is very strong. Introducing the idea of bishop takes b4 and then queen h2 check, so it just drops off.
Right.
So there is a very specific reason why it doesn't work, but if I hadn't known that, I think I would be treating this with great respect and feeling that this is a logical continuation.
Like,
we'll see what Jan does.
Peter, if you played after h6, G takes h6. You got a platinum membership in the Pawn Grubbers Association.
and also
that is really, that's very, very cheeky. Rook c1. I wanted to go to the game of Richie Rapport because I was very curious how...
We've seen this position in our analysis.
Well, rook ac8, I'm not 100% sure. I thought we were...
had it.
No, we were also doing that.
c6 was our major stuff.
We had this exact line on the
Rook
board,
c8,
and we kind of cut it here.
Bishop e2, c5.
c5, we discussed bc5, rook c5 being not very clear, and therefore we still take en passant. And yeah, Richard chose to take with the bishop. And this is much better than I expected. I thought white should still have a reasonably comfortable edge here because, you know,
the piece on the
those two attempts at counterplay, you know, it seems like you played two different games here with black.
Right.
You played this kind of a Zemishi play game on the king side where you played h5 for no particular reason, knight h7 for no particular reason.
Right.
And then you switched to playing in the center with rook c8 and c5.
And then rook c bind.
Yeah, but it seems like counterplay against the pawn on c4 does generate enough for black here not to be too worried. I suspect once again that b2, b3 would be a very strong move here.
Exactly, followed by knight d5.
But not allowed.
Right.
Sadly for Wesley, not allowed. Currently the engine favors kind of cutting
winning
the
the
knot.
two bishops.
Cutting the knot and just saying, you know, I'm going to solve the issue. The one issue I have here is the pawn on c4. Let's just put it on c5 and play from there.
By the way, I love that as a solution, inviting black to open up the rook on b1. I mean, if you'd like to take my pawn on c5 and help me develop my rook on c1, I'll be delighted.
I think it's quite clearly at least a little bit better for white, but the question is how much, and the question is how you respond to this with black. Black, I mean, the engine starts by playing e7, e6. My big question is what happens if we castle. He tries tactically by taking on c5. Yeah, taking on c5. I thought maybe it was intending to use the fact that the knight on c3 is hanging, but no, it just drops the rook back to c7, drops back the... Very importantly, we will now be fighting for the d4 square. And yes, the pawn on b7 is still weak, but there's enough counterplay for us in the center for black that we aren't as worried as I would have suspected. Castles is not the best move. It's suggested that knowing that d takes c5 is coming, we can start preparing for it instantly by playing knight c5 and then recapturing with the knight. It's a bit better for white, but it's actually completely playable. And other moves, black obviously wants just to drop the bishop back to d7 and start threatening the pawn on c4. So if you castle, either bishop d7 or actually bishop e8 is much stronger than bishop d7 to preserve some counterplay along the d file, I suspect.
And you can't go full throttle, right?
You can and you should probably, but this seems to be, the idea here is to play knight c6. And this is where putting pressure on
the bishop on d7 would be
putting pressure on the d file is coming into play. But yeah, all of this is very concrete because once again, if in this position you make some kind of an indifferent move, I don't know which one to make, let's say knight f6 and we go rook fc1.
This is a dream.
This is horrible for black.
A dream position for white.
I mean, white doesn't have to castle, right? You can put the rook on c1.
That is true.
And then meet bishop d7.
With a knight move.
Probably back, because you can't really go forward comfortably. It will get chased away.
Kicks us out.
Yeah, you have to go back. I don't hate it at all, because once again, given enough time, we will castle. We will put this guy
F2.
on f2 probably. We'll play rook
F4 is
fd1.
maybe coming.
Yeah, and
F4, F5 is something to always consider.
We have our space. We have our space.
so something like this, and we just play a game. But once again, perhaps black, and judging by what I see on my screen, it's a matter of one tempo. If we give white the move here, white plays something like bishop g5 or rook fd1, white is doing really well. But right this moment,
You just have the time.
this seems to
counterplay.
be in time, and this seems to equalize. Probably hinges on the fact that after c5 here, black has counterplay with like rook e8, knight c4, the other knight coming to g5 if the trade happens. These are very, very sharp, very dynamic positions, which could be much better for white, because pretty much every single endgame will be better for white because of the majority on the queen side. But while the queens are on the board and a lot of pieces are on the board, there's a lot of tactical skirmishes available in the center.
My own experience in the Maroczy, I would get this position as white, and I would assume, Jovi, that I am so much better. I've won the two bishops. Great. I agree. I would love to play the move b4, b3, but I would think, okay, look, after c4, c5, my c5 pawn is stable and safe. The knight on h7 kind of looks a little ridiculous to my eyes. I've got the d5 square, again, reiterating my point. Two bishops and maybe the fact that I have a pawn on c5, I could even utilize the b6 square, something like knight d. So, I mean, it's one of those things where visually, I would feel I'm doing really, really great. I'm really kind of stunned that I don't have a big advantage according to the engines. It's just strange, right?
But I think on a practical level, I think we do have something.
A lot, but I
Exactly.
wouldn't have said I have a little smidge here or there. I would have said, boy, like I'm just piling up all the advantages. Let me count them. A bit of a stunner for me that Wesley doesn't stand a whole lot better. Let's drop in on the game between Alireza and Leinier. This was the night tour, if you will. The knight went from e7 to g6. Oh, hold on. How did the knight? Somehow the knight went to f6, h5, f4,
yeah,
g6.
6.
Yeah, it took it 6 moves to get to the g6 square. And when we left it, we had just seen the move bishop to d3, castles, knight g5. Alireza, that's going to need some explanation. Too tempy to provoke the move h7, h6. Peter, was it worth it?
I'm not sure, because to be entirely honest, I'm not even sure we want to take on g6 here all that much, because let me make a move. Yeah, well, you take on g6, I take on g6. Yeah, you go rook e1, I go g5. Honestly, I start liking this for black. I think
it looks like
I think I take
French.
black. I take black every day of the week here. So I was a bit shocked by this as well, because there's no call for that. You can do the things you will be doing anyway.
Right.
And play. But yeah, Alireza invested 2 full tempi.
Wow.
Into this and provoked knight c7, which is also a perfectly reasonable move. Rook e1. I was even wondering if it makes sense to play knight f5 here.
Apologies. Could he have been intending to play after queen h5 here with the idea h takes
knight f3?
Knight f3? Could this have been his intention and then he shied away from it at the last moment?
I would need to look at the timings, because yes, honestly, this is easier for me to understand than just playing knight g5, knight f3. But it doesn't seem to work because of very specifically bishop e7. And if you have to trade away your knight, like what are you going to give mate with?
Yeah, I need a rook on h3 already, don't I?
Your problem here that after knight c7, I'm probably already prepared to play f7, f6 next move. Right. And yes, you can win one more pawn for the piece, but you will lose long term. But yeah, this is a very strange sequence which we missed sort of watching live because other boards were seemingly more exciting. And yeah, I would like to know what happened there. Knight c7, rook e1. Right. As I said, knight f5 is playable, but upon considering it for a bit longer, I thought, why am I so eager to trade away this bishop on e3, which has no moves?
Right.
I think the reason Leinier isn't playing it is not because he didn't like this structure. I think he would very much like this structure with a 4, 5, or 4 coming in. It's just that white can play something like knight f1, and say, please take on e3. It really isn't doing anything. Please
stuck.
spend 2 moves just trading my worst piece.
Right.
So Leinier for now played bishop d7.
Right.
White played knight f1. Already here I was wondering about f7, f6, but after f7, f6 you can play h4. I was also wondering if maybe a kind of a typical reply would be you wait for f6 to land and only then you play c3, c4.
Right.
So I thought, okay, rook c8 takes that away. Alireza played a4, which
I was
is
about to say, Jovi, I liked your minority attack. I'm old school. I've always liked b7, b5, but a2, a4 stopped
it
it.
just stops it for now. And
Okay.
Leinier is thinking, and there's a number of shuffling moves available to black. But in terms of active ideas, I think it's between f6 and, shockingly, sometimes f5.
Even, yeah.
Although ideas after f5, they're kind of very long term, because what I would like to do is this.
Abracadabra. That's not
But
going to happen.
it takes 3 moves, and we also have to start with king h8. So
Yeah, but you have the time to actually wait with f7,
It's
f5,
it's
and
a
then do
closed
it when
position,
it's closed.
so yeah, you can do a lot of maneuvering.
Absolutely.
I'm going to
And-
interrupt you, Peter, and say we've got a tweet.
Yes.
And we're going to reach out to social media, invite tweets, but apparently this tweet in particular really got us curious.
So we love it when everyone at home joins in the conversation
Yes, we do.
and joins in the fun, because we are having a lot of fun watching the chess in the studio. So there you can use the hashtag US Chess Champs, and here is the tweet. Ooh,
Kevin Winter asks,
Oh, Kevin. Yovi and Yasser, sell me the Caruana. I have heard that it's all pawns and no hope. That is
Pretty
such
good,
a
Kev.
terrible quote
that will go
from our
on the
friend
back
Benny.
cover. That will go on the back cover, and we will use it as a promotion for our new book, Winning and Hoping with the Caruana. No, it's true. For those of you who would like to play for Win is Black, do subscribe to the new book by Jovi and I, Winning with the Caruana.
Yeah,
Jovi.
yay.
50-50, right?
Yeah,
it's a
it's
partnership.
absolutely, yeah.
Down the middle.
All secrets will be revealed in that book.
Exactly. Not available anywhere I know, but A2, A4. Jovi, what do you think about these block positions, these Carlsbad structures? Do you like Alireza's position, or do you like Leinier's? For you, what do you find more rewarding?
I actually find it quite rewarding to play on the black side of these things. I know black doesn't have that much space, and the bishop on d7 has some
poor
kind of
impression.
connection issues. But just forget about that piece. It will play its part later on in the game. And there are some things that really appeal to me. And first up is that white doesn't have a plan. Apart, yes, white can go a4 or maybe go a5, but that's going to get jammed up.
Okay.
And black's plan is actually more to do with just waiting the time and also improving the knight on e7. I think that should be on d6.
On d6, in fact.
Yeah,
Well,
because
yeah,
it
that-
wants
that
to
mean-
be. It wants to be on that square.
Well, that's going to require a lot of shuffling. It means that the bishop
have the
is going to have to
time.
go.
You have the time, all the time in the world. I also really like the aggressive plan of going f6, e5.
F6,
I think
E5.
that one will send a lot of chills down Alireza's spine.
For me, I kind of like white a bit. I think I have 2 bad pieces. The bishop on e3 is making a woeful impression. The knight on f1 equally so. I would kind of like to put the knight out here on g3 and h5. And very much to Peter's point, I do want to meet the move f7, f6 with the counter c3, c4. So in my mind's eye, putting the queen on b3 in preparation for the move c4, getting in the a5. Well, we'll see, as I think that this is a rich position. I wanted to go back to, nothing happened between Richie
Everyone's
and Wesley.
thinking.
Everyone is thinking.
Including Jan. He did play rook c1, and I like that line you were showing, Peter, with bishop d6. And I would like to explore it a little bit more for a moment, if you don't mind. Bishop d6, c5, bishop takes h2 check is what Peter put on the board. king to h1 and queen f4, Jovi. Now, you take a look at the position and you see this forlorn bishop on h2. This black king in the middle of the, well, middle on the board is a little bit strong, but don't you feel like there should be something here? Some action going on right here, right now? Or your spidey sense isn't tingling?
No, there's no
Plenty, but it's all on the
whatsoever.
king side.
In
It's all
fact, I'm really worried about the king on h1 because you can just see the next move is going to be queen h4 and
Or
what's-
queen h6, yes, one
Yeah.
of those two. So I'm thinking there's, you know, I've got this bishop on b4, I've got the rook on e1. I'd love to play rook e7 check. So I'm thinking that I've got to preface whatever I'm going to do with the move c7,
Best move in the
c6.
position,
C6.
the only move that doesn't lose immediately, but after queen h6, you're still in trouble.
I'm still in trouble.
because you can't take them.
Yeah, because after c takes 7, black
was
starts
gonna-
by playing rook takes c1.
I can promote to a knight with check.
Yes.
God, no,
Okay, this will
no.
this will break the board. We're not doing that.
Don't promote the pawn to a knight.
So imagine this is a knight.
Right, and the king.
Black drops the king to g8, and then you.
I'm
Luckily,
facing the
luckily
music.
for white, this is not hanging, so you still have time to play queen
queen
h3.
h3.
But then after everything comes off, black is just better in
Just
that
better
endgame.
with
Yeah.
the structure.
So no, this just doesn't work.
Oh, pity.
For me, the interesting question, I think, and Fabi actually made the second move that the engine quite liked, starting with queen f4.
Starting.
Also a very logical move, because I think what you didn't want to allow is an unchallenged move d5, d6, which would have locked down a number of our pieces. It would have
Right.
disconnected our queen side from our king side, would have completely killed off the bishop on f8. In particular, if white can follow it up, let's just make some stupid moves on black.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Something like this. Okay, c5 was probably not the brightest, but my point was we get
Yes.
this structure, and then maybe we get to play bishop c3. And
now-
trade away the knight on f6. And then the king on f7 will be basically bereft of defenders.
And the bishop on f8 looks
And the bishop on f8 is really, really poor.
Right.
In practice, here after queen d5, black will still probably be able to reorganize and is not doing that badly. But this is something that you absolutely have to worry about. And what queen f4 does is it preventively
sidesteps.
Well,
all
yeah,
of it,
puts the queen on a good square and says, now, you know, knight g4 is also something
Pay attention.
you need to pay attention to. It doesn't win anything. You have queen g3 in response. But I think by this point, black isn't really worried about the endgames anymore because you have the blockading c5 square.
Right.
So once again, let's make, you know, a move of some description, yeah, and talk about this endgame. Knight goes back. Eventually, either you will take on f8, or I will just play bishop c5 myself.
So we'll
I will
take-
reinforce it with b7, b6, and then plans like knight d8, knight d6 will come. The pawn on c6 is a target. There's majority has been diminished by having to double our pawns
Right.
on the king side. This is
And
just
the
pleasant
pawn-
for black.
Yeah.
And the
And
pawns
it's
are
actually
blockaded.
difficult.
C4 and d5.
Yeah,
which is
exactly. They're
blockaded.
quite vulnerable as well.
Right.
If you put your rook on the wrong square, there could be tactical possibilities there as well.
And by the way, we do
And,
like to have a move c4, c5.
No, he took on
Oh.
f8 first and then played c5, which is a very logical response because you do want to. If Fabi is allowing this, I think we've spent the last 5 minutes describing how important the
It is
square
to
was.
break the blockade,
So just to
right.
make sure this blockade doesn't actually land, this makes perfect sense. The principled response here is still knight
You
g4.
can't do that. Queen takes h7.
Queen takes f2.
Yeah, okay. I wish I hadn't read that.
Influenced by the kind of.
I wish I hadn't read it because you're absolutely right. In practical terms, you can't do that because queen f2, king h1, you've opened the f file
Exactly.
for white, yeah,
Yeah.
and you're about to get mated.
Rook f1.
Even this is sort of
No
playable.
way.
But
Gosh, these
but
computers
the
are good.
really, really beautiful move the computer makes here is rook takes c5, which is basically an immediate draw because you have to give this perpetual. Your position will actively deteriorate if you don't give this perpetual because f2 is hanging, c1 is hanging, and you obviously cannot take the rook because this is now just
Mate.
completely ending the game on the spot. So knight g4 is principled. I think these variations are findable in practical play, frankly. Rook c5 is not a move that will not occur to you.
Sure.
So that probably like if white wants to continue the game, you will have to play queen g3, you'll have to take with the pawn, the knight will drop back. And
Rook e5.
yeah, and this is an interesting one that I think is valuable to try and explain to our viewers. Why aren't we pushing our passer one square forward? Because giving black this very, very solid setup with the knight coming to d7 and then perhaps the pawn on c5 coming under pressure is white is still fine, but I think both of us, Yasser and I don't know, Jovanka, are you agreeing with us or not? But I think in this position, rook e5 just looks kind of better because you want to preserve
you want to keep the flexibility,
option,
right?
the option of playing c5, c6.
And then your rook might slide across to a5 if things get traded. We're in break territory here, Jovi. Tell us about the standings.
Are you asking me to decide?
No, I'm just going to say, take a look at the
case,
standings.
Absolutely. Let's remind ourselves of the standings after round 3. And you can see there's been no decisive games, which means that everybody has the same score. And just again to remind our viewers that Jan-Krzysztof Duda did withdraw after the second round, so his game against Anish Giri has been avoided.
And then, of course, during these holiday seasons, we have the Jingle Bar of Party Central in the Central West End at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Go to the website and check out how you might enjoy the festivities. I know we have an upcoming club employee party to celebrate the holidays, and the Jingle Bar is the place we're doing it.
Take a look, hot chocolate, biscuits.
Hot chocolate, how can you go wrong?
Exactly, you cannot go wrong. So go and visit the Jingle Bar.
We're going to take a break. We'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely, so don't go anywhere.
So today's Community Day. All the participants of the U.S. Championship are going to schools around St. Louis and, teaching kids openings, end games, tactics, doing some fun stuff like hand and brain, some simuls, and we just finished our first class and it was really fun.
I see kids taking the skills that they're learning in chess, whether that be critical thinking, decision-making skills, planning skills, and I see them applying that throughout the rest of their school day, whether it's in classes or sports, or even just how they interact with one another and with their teachers.
I play with my auntie, my mom, my sisters. Sometimes on the weekends, like, we go to the park and we play. They be begging me to teach them. I show them new stuff, like new openings. I show them that. And so I'm trying to see them get better and try to beat me.
What I like about chess is just trying to have fun and learn new things, and maybe I'll get more into it and it'll maybe be my full career.
I heard that if you play chess, you make better decisions in life, so I always want to make better decisions in life.
I can tell you that they've engaged more in critical thinking. They are looking analytically at moves and trying to think ahead.
I like the complexity of chess, how you have to think about every single move you make. Like every move you make, whether it's gonna put your king in check, whether it's gonna put your anything in danger, whether it's just a move that you make. Everything counts in the long run. I like how it makes me use my critical thinking, makes me look at the whole board.
I think it's teaching them to be persistent. We have a lot of students who it takes them, it may take a few weeks or even months in chess club to master a particular strategy or skill. And what I think that teaches kids is even if they don't get it the first time around, or even if it's difficult the first time around, it's worth sticking to it.
Well, one thing's for certain, without the St. Louis Chess Club, we would not have chess instructors because, I don't know if you all know this, but there is a critical shortage of teachers and educators, and especially those in areas that are not core content area. And because of the St. Louis Chess Club collaboration, we have people who come in here working with students who want to work with them. Today with the experience, the Grandmaster Community Outreach Day, I came up and I'm like, well, what's a Grandmaster? And they were like, oh, you don't know what a Grandmaster is? And they were able to explain that. And they recognize the importance and the seriousness. I mean, it's a sport, it's a profession. And so they're able to see things outside of the sports that we typically promote in school.
It makes me feel good because learning stuff like this will help me build my problem solving skills, help me build strategy and helping my brain.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind the scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Riyam Tokhjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
And we are back with our coverage of round 4 of the Sinquefield Cup. And well, the players, they're giving it their all today as they are fighting hard. Although, we're predicting maybe there might be a few draws there in the mix.
Well, definitely the players are trying, and they've had great positions, fighting positions, but boy, accurate play in all of them as we see our standings. No results thus far, Joey.
No results, so that means the standings after round 3 are valid. And as you can see, there haven't been any decisive games in the tournament so far, so everyone is at level pegging. And well, the players...
pegging?
Is that not an...
That's not an American thing. Pegging.
Level pegging, yeah.
Level pegging.
Very specifically, level.
Level.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
You don't really want to be using that without the word level. Yes.
Nice. Yeah, well, for those of you, we were on break and we were just having this thought between ourselves, this idea that we've been doing our commentaries, and the commentaries 4, 5, 6 hours, but on the playoff day, with 9 players tied for first, we'll be working for 8 hours to resolve the tie. Peter, we have some very nice imbalanced positions. You have one in front of you, Anish Giri, and he's missed the earlier moment with rook c5.
I think that will be very galling for him because he's made the right moves in the wrong sequence now after rook c8. Had he started with rook c5, my impression is still that the engine will hold this for black, but MVL not being an engine, this would have been very difficult.
Yeah,
and instead he began with f4, and then he sank into very deep thought here, probably realizing that knight f5 shouldn't be available, but is available very specifically because in all of these positions, as we were describing, it's very, very important that f5, as you will see here, and also in the game after rook c5, knight fd4, f5 once again is very confidently met by knight e5, and black is frankly assuming control. And they have reached the position we were discussing. Jovanka's suggestion of rook h5 also happened.
Right down the whole
after knight f4, rook h5 attacking the pawn on h7, and also sidestepping the knight f5 counterplay, so re-establishing the idea of f4, f5. And now king f7, very strong move, because after rook h7, king g6, the rook has to go to b7. And I was extolling the virtues of the move knight d8, but even something like bishop takes a2, which does allow g4, which looks a bit iffy for the black king, but you can play something like f6, f5. It's very sharp. The machine says everything is very equal here, but this is now a proper mess once again. Like you can play king f2 and pretend that maybe the rook g1 at some point might be a threat, or just asking black to make a move and then reacting to that move favorably. But seems to be reasonably balanced now. Or once again returning to this idea of knight d8, because if you go rook e7, the rook still comes into c2 because we've overprotected the bishop on e6. And the same applies to rook b6, rook c2, and now the white queen side is also under pressure. You can imagine this getting slightly out of hand for white, because if black picks up on b2, a2 is constantly hanging. Or if black, let's say, gets to play bishop d5, knight a6, black could be better here.
Oh, no question about it. That bishop d5, knight d8, e6 definitely has my attention. And Jovi, I just have to say, whole rook h5, rook h stuff, 3 words. Fabulous. Nice, as he goes pawn hunting, but knight d8, MVL, and rook c2. That's one game that I think is really a great game. The other one, which again confounding to me, Wesley So versus Richie. This game, Wesley sank into. He went into a deep thought, and he did end up playing once again one of your suggestions of just maintain. If the c4 pawn is going to be a source of your counterplay, let me overprotect the c4 pawn. I would be gobbling that bishop with knight takes c6, rook takes c6, c5 as mentioned. I would be applauding my play, thinking, I've done everything right. I've got the center under control. I've got the two bishops. I've got space. Confoundingly, Wesley said, nope, I don't need that. I will just do what Jovi will do. I'll play rook c1. I'll drop back with the knight with the idea of just defending the c4 overly and the bishop on e2. I think there was one variation, Peter, you had mentioned, where there was a weakness on a6. And we can see that the bishop on e2 is
It's a very important piece here.
It's trade.
I just wanted to point out, I briefly, because all of these moves came in basically just now, and I wanted to check briefly why aren't we picking up on b5, because it seems like we're only really one move away from complete stability in the center. The king isn't really very stuck. The bishop is already on e2, and it's a very valuable pawn because every single endgame will be massively favorable for us if we preserve the queen side safe here. And in this position, it is very, very specifically the move d6, d5 that gives black counterplay because you would maybe originally think that queen b8 is playable, but after a2, a4, you have a somewhat unpleasant choice. You have this temporary queen sacrifice with the fork on d3, but after king g2, queen takes c1, you aren't winning the b pawn quickly enough. It probably gets picked up with knight f8, knight g7, but this is exactly the kind of an endgame I was referring to earlier. You are very, very unhappy here with black. With the rook coming into c1, the knight coming to d3. But make a couple of indifferent moves here with black, you're lost 3 moves later.
No question about it.
With the king activity as well, as Jovanka was saying. This is just very, very pleasant for white.
Exactly.
So d6, d5 I think is critical here. And white can arguably ignore it. You can play castles, you can play knight f2. You can also play e takes d5, because queen takes d5, a4, you're probably doing well. After e5, the engine actually quite cleverly includes knight f6.
Right.
And this is a kind of a typical compensation that you see in these positions. I think maybe if you see it for the first time, you think white is a pawn up. White also has the bishop pair.
What's the problem?
And yes, these knights look very beautiful, but are they really enough for a pawn? But black gets a lot of play here. There is a kind of a Benko type play on the queen side.
Continue if you don't mind. Bishop c5.
Exactly.
I mean, we're a pawn up. Let's. Asked and answered. Any other questions, Joey?
White actually
no, it was queen d4.
It's not queen d4. Yeah, of course it was. I wanted to do something clever.
Okay.
But
King.
I thought I was being very smart with
bishop d4
with bishop d4 coming in, but unfortunately after king h1 I have to resign, which is not my ideal scenario here. Queen d4 check, of course, is significantly stronger, and black is, if anyone is better here, it's black.
Gosh, when I saw bishop c5, I was so chuffed.
Me too.
I was like, that defends the pawn on b4, protects our bishop. What could be sweeter?
I love that you're using English words. Chuffed.
I want you to feel right at home.
Exactly.
I mean, these are new studios, after all. I'm still reeling from level pegging, by the way.
Don't
what else do you have for us, Peter?
Expression to use these days.
And there's also this position where, once again, I want to say, I don't know if this bodes well for the players or not, but we're guessing everything. Not only did we guess f7, f6, Yasser also said, I would like to play queen b3 to have the option of playing c3, c4. And now after bishop c6, Alireza played bishop d2.
Because the bishop was in the way.
The engine is very unhappy about this, by the way. The engine says, it is time to play e6, e5.
Let's get it going.
And it very much likes the black position, because currently we're not really threatening e5, e4 yet, because after the recapture there is a pin along this diagonal. But king h8 next, and you will start just rolling. And the thing about this structure is, if e5, e4 followed by f6, f5 lands, black kind of gives mate on the king side with eyes closed.
Right.
There's just, the cutoff between the queen side and the king side is such that there's just no way to bring enough defenders over, and black just rolls over and gives mate. So you have to do something more or less immediately, so we return to this idea of c3, c4.
Right.
First question, why can't we play e4? We can, but very, very specifically c4, c5 might hold the balance here because we are re-establishing the idea of bishop takes e4. And shockingly, after ef, cd, queen takes d6, we have this very beautiful pawn on f3, but the engine plays g3 here and eventually, I guess, wins it somehow. There's also bishop b4 coming in, so this is supposedly playable. But you can see already how move-by-move things become, how absolutely precisely white needs to play to simply survive. And e4 isn't the best move. If black very normally just takes on c4 and goes king h8, the only move to make is d4, d5. Yes, it closes down the diagonal for now, but after bishop d7, the things I said about the king side,
F5.
once again, give me to tempi here to play f5 and e4, and you're still going to be in tremendous amount of trouble on the king side. So this is very much trending towards Leinier playing for a win.
Wow, that whole f6, e5, and specifically in the moment when your king is still on g8, I find that counterintuitive because I was thinking that the queen on b3 was aiming against
It
e5,
is, but it's not
e4.
enough. Black is so well coordinated by this point that your c3, c4, it's still your best play against e5, but it's barely enough to equalize maybe.
Do you know something? I've lost to my phone many times like this. I've
lost to my niece. I've lost to my I've lost to my phone. Soon it'll be your toaster, and then you'll be really upset. Why in these positions where it goes e5, e4?
Yeah, because I was always under the impression, because I've been studying the exchange Caro for quite a while now, and I was always under the impression that the bishop is really bad on d7, and I had a lot of anxiety about that. But my life hack where I get my phone to play the black side of my openings. It's just completely thrashes me by doing this type of thing.
Yeah. A teenhood spent studying the exchange Caro-Kann has not been a wasted life.
No. It's relevant for every pawn structure, right? In the London system, and maybe nothing more, but Queen's Gambit declined.
No.
Okay, so this game is alive.
Interesting that e5 hasn't landed yet. Leinier, as usual, this is move 18. Leinier is, both of them have thought long and hard about things in this game, but Leinier not playing e5 is a bit mystifying because all of his previous play was very much aimed at playing e5 here. Queen d7 allows white to play queen c2. I guess this is maybe the reason why queen d7 isn't great, because suddenly the best move machine suggests here is going for this position, which is hilarious.
Nimzovich might be proud of his knight on h8. I wouldn't be proud of the knight on h8.
We should never laugh at the position.
So not only is e5 strong, e5 is also semi-forced. So Leinier better play it soonish, because calculations after e5 will be very, very difficult. There's going to be, we still have 30 pieces left on the board. He's played queen d7. Oh, okay.
Inviting queen c2.
Inviting queen c2, yeah.
By the way, a very big change just occurred in the game between Wesley So and Richard Rapport. A Maroczy bind-like position was followed up with what I think is a very anti-positional move. After the move knight b2, Richie took on c4, takes on c4, and I think everybody was simply expecting the recapture b5 takes c4, not anticipating e6, e5. I mean, I almost heard the cries of the bishop on g7. And the bishop on g7, what are you doing? You're shutting me down. You're blocking my view. e7, e5. Peter, that it's a stunning move. It wouldn't have been in my field of vision. Please pick it up. Besides knight f5, aren't we just entombing our bishop on e7?
No, there's a number of issues here. Even let's say if you completely ignore the more tactical possibilities and you just make a quiet move like knight b3 and then you recapture with the bishop.
Okay.
These positions are quite dangerous for black. The reason he's played e5 here, comparing this to the position after takes.
Yes.
He gives himself the option of playing bishop b5, and he also, and you will notice that anti-position as it is, I think the problem, the mistake came earlier because here the engine suggests actively playing e75 because a6 is hanging and you need the move bishop b5 next move. So he is trying to improve on it by denying white what would be the best square in this position, which is e2, because then the knight will come to c3. So he's doing something clever on a certain level. But what he's allowing, you're correctly saying, he's allowing knight f5, although weirdly the engine says this is tolerable after f takes e4 and it gets messy. A stronger move here in terms of these kinds of intermezzos is this. And I'm pretty sure he's not intending to play this position. Because this position just looks terrible. Positionally speaking, we would like to play knight b6, knight d5. There is also potentially a threat of a2, a4 followed by knight b6, which might be even stronger in some cases. For instance, the engine makes this weird-looking move bishop f6, but it's very understandable to try to trade our now completely ruined bishop on the g5 square. And in response to this, the strongest reply is this. And after rook c1, both rook takes c1 and queen takes c1, followed by, after the trade, we can play something like queen c6, bishop g5, let's say bishop f2. And we end up in these types of positions which are, you know, you sometimes survive with black.
But we're dominating
Yeah,
d5.
but it's really, really unpleasant to play this.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
It feels bad.
So my feeling is he's intending to go for this pawn sacrifice after a b5, knight d6, for instance, rook c1, queen c1, and then the engine suggests this very funky-looking move, bishop h3.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, but you're still not equalizing even here, because knight takes f7 followed by gh3 is suggested as a position that is better for white. Also, you can reply to this by castling, and after queen takes e6, I can spend some time picking up the rook on f8, although you have to say that maybe something like this is actually absolutely dream scenario for black.
Yeah.
You're down a lot of material, but the pieces you've got left are actually good pieces for once.
Right.
This knight will be very strong on either of these two squares. The bishop also, if it lands on f4, will be quite strong. This feels like a position where, despite being a full exchange and pawn down, you might be kind of okay with black. And after a b5, I just want to mention that knight d6 is strong, but maybe knight b6 is even stronger. Provoking this trade, and then just playing positionally. I want to either land this knight on d5, or in case of f5, we can go into a position like this, where every single endgame is winning for white. And it very much depends on black developing some sort of counterplay straight away. In the next 3 moves, something needs to happen. Because if we just stabilize, if we attack the pawn on b5 once, you know,
it collapses.
Yeah, if the queen somehow attacks the pawn on b5 and forces black to play rook b8 and there's no more counterplay on the king side, you just lose. Maybe not very fast, but you just lose.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Richard is in trouble. The question is, which of the very, very attractive options Wesley will choose here?
Yeah.
And we shall see. But none of them is managing his time particularly convincingly, so this also looks like potential very serious time.
Very, very strong potential for a decisive game in this. But we have a Twitter.
Yeah, we asked and you guys
asked and answered.
Exactly, you guys delivered. And
what have we done? This is from the Grand Chess Tour. Oh, this is a poll question we wanted to ask.
Okay, so which game will finish decisively today?
And then the
Anish
answers.
against Maxime, Wesley against Richard, Alireza, Leinier, Jan, Fabiano.
Well, knowing what I know deep into the game, I'm going to go with the Wesley-Richard game just because I feel that the current position on board is just so strongly favorable for Wesley. What about yourself?
You stole the words right out of my mouth. I actually think Wesley Richard as well, but okay, I can't take yours. So I'm going to go for Alireza Leinier.
Okay.
And I'll take Anish versus Maxime, because I think that one is heating up very, very nicely. It's now a very sharp endgame.
And what did the answers? I'm looking for answers
No, it's a
here.
poll. We're going to put our votes.
We're being victimized by the poll.
So if you want to answer the poll, go on to Twitter, go on, or X as it's now called, Grand Chess Tour. And our resident expert also picked Wesley against Richard.
I've said it, and I said it before. I'll say it again. Bar is a very intelligent man.
I like the pause there. Very.
We didn't see Queen C2.
We didn't see Queen C2. This is the
H4.
second. This is the second best move, but it still is a bit unclear to me why Alireza chose not to play Queen C2. Because this allows Black perhaps to prepare for those threats better. For instance, the move we were discussing in some of the previous positions, Knight F5 and the other knight will not have to go to H8. It will at least have the E7 square available to it.
Are the knights a little bit messed up, Peter? Go ahead. H5. You do have Knight H4, but yes, that was my question.
I blundered a piece here.
Yeah, that was my question. Can't we sneak a piece of
so I guess it needs to go to H4, but this is
actually a pretty good square.
Supposedly fine for Black, with the 65 still being kind of hinted at and the knight completely safe on H4.
That is true.
Will it be safe though? The queen has done its job on B3. Can it come back to
D1
to
G4?
But I can stop you from playing Queen G4 while also making the move I want to make anyway. So.
Which was
touché.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of an interesting sequence there with Leinier very much, eschewing a move he, I think, clearly wanted to make, and then Alireza reasonably quickly forgoing an option which we thought was quite attractive.
You failed in the poll. You said Anish, Giri, MVL. Why? What has changed?
Failed? What do you mean failed? I haven't failed. I voted.
Voted.
I want my pin. I voted.
I want my pin. That stuff happens in Russia. We're in a chess studio. You don't get a pin.
Today is getting spicier by the minute.
You don't get a pin. Knight E4, and suddenly you got enthusiastic. Why? What's going on?
Well, the move I like the most here, there's this rook on b6, which isn't really, apart from attacking the pawn on a6, but by this point I really don't care about my remaining pawns with Black. I want to launch an attack against the white king.
Exactly.
And in order to do that, I kind of would really like not to have to worry about rook d6.
Okay.
So I start by cutting it off completely.
Okay.
And then my ideal next two moves are like bishop d5 followed by f5. Okay. And if that lands, kingside just collapses, and you will notice that rook takes a6 already isn't really on the screen, because bishop d5, complete bottoming out of the evaluation here. White is in terrible, terrible trouble. f5 is a threat, knight e2 is a threat.
Right.
And now rook e3 probably will be met by either knight f5 or king f5 is even very strong. The king joining the attack here
king f4,
and saying, I can support my army here from the front. And after knight c6, this is still balanced apparently with a move like rook e3.
Not obvious.
To be able to meet bishop d5 check with, I mean, nobody's finding that.
Knight
c3. It says knight c3 box.
Forced.
It says knight c3 or resign, basically.
You do have a rook g3 check.
And here we see the point of rook e3, because bishop takes g2, there is now suddenly rook g3 check.
Fortunate.
And if you take with the rook, you cannot maintain this balance comfortably, because this is hanging. You cannot leave this diagonal without dropping the rook. There is still knight b4, or it even says this is not so bad. But obviously this is not a dream. Black isn't really looking to, blunder a piece so quickly. Right. But if MVL plays knight h6, this is a very, very sharp endgame.
Exactly.
So I'm hopeful.
It's very premature. And I love the move knight d8 to c6, bringing all the people into the party. But a question I might ask for you, Peter, is with the knight on d8 for just a moment. If I grab this stupid pawn on h3,
okay, sorry.
I mean, I've got a perpetual check if you take the bishop.
Yeah, we start by rook f6, and then once again this very, very important move, rook e3.
Gotcha.
Trying to get the lift to g3, and then white might actually switch to trying to give mate on the king side.
Well, that was enough. Just
still supposed to be around equal, but once you see the move rook e3, I think you kind of give up on this idea.
Yeah. But I love the move knight d8 c6, just getting that piece.
And
cutting off rook takes f6.
Exactly. The line we just showed, the line you prompted us to show, is a very good illustration, and MVL plays knight c6, by the way.
Of course. Bishop h3, bishop d5.
Yeah, this is maybe a threat now as well.
And now it's getting spicy.
And is rook e3 the only move?
It also says somehow h4, bishop d5, h5 is survivable. But, I don't know. King h6, knight takes f6. Like, how confident would you be in a practical game playing something like this?
I mean,
oh my God, let me show you the first line. Bishop takes g2, king h2.
Oh, stop.
Knight f3, king g3, knight e1. Resigns. No.
Oh.
No, not resigns.
Okay, I want my opponent wanded.
Only move.
Right, to stop mate.
Knight takes e4, threat is coming back and reintroducing this idea. And this is somehow just completely equal.
Well, actually check the board because Anish has taken
He's taken on
pawn
a6 and MVL hasn't played...
Bishop d5
He hasn't
yet?
played bishop d5. Bishop d5 was kind of winning. He instantly takes on b2. This is a bit surprising.
Rook takes b2.
He's still better, but he just passed up what really amounts to a win.
Well, first of all, to my way of thinking, bishop d5 is really a dream move, because I want to be on that diagonal, and I loved your king f5, by the way.
Honestly, I don't quite understand.
Into battle.
This seemed like a very, very obvious
B2
thing that you should
anywhere.
at least be considering, because
Right?
like, if this works, it probably wins.
On the spot.
Is my point? Yeah.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's irresistible to grab extra material, right?
True. I have to say that I would probably have fallen for rook b2 as well. After all, it is a pawn.
You're still better, and in fact, like decisions that White needs to make here are not going to be very easy. Currently, best line is a 4 or 5 check.
What?
Just, I think, to lure the bishop away from the best diagonal.
Wow.
It's seriously, it goes f5, bishop f5, and there are no tactics, it just goes knight d6, and says, I have achieved something because my pawn on g2 is not going to be attacked immediately.
Wow.
You know, this is the full extent, as I understand it, of what White is trying to achieve here. Just not getting mated is the aspiration here. It's an important aspiration.
Not getting mated is. We should all aspire to avoid checkmates. On the other hand, Jovi, when the computer is just shedding material like this, it just goes to show that the minor pieces have taken over. It's no longer rook versus minor pieces. The minor pieces are really
I have to say
bullying.
that rook e3 is also playable, though. F5 is not
rook
the only
e3,
move.
I think,
rook e3
is much more realistic.
Yeah. Rook e3 is a much more understandable move, trying to get it to g3, trying to defend your position that way.
Wow.
But honestly, a very uncharacteristic miss by MVL, because MVL is unbelievably sharp in like short calculations. Has always been something he was one of the best in the world at.
Right.
So to see him completely miss such a shot is unusual.
You mentioned in one of the breaks that you had been invited to a puzzle rush competition that featured Ray Robson, Danya Naroditsky, and Christopher Yu in your section.
No, not Danya. No. It was Ray Robson, Christopher Yu, and MVL.
In your section, and you had no chances in the puzzle.
And my first match was against MVL, which I lost very convincingly. And the reason I'm bringing this up now is I had a very funny conversation with MVL afterwards. He said, I was very unhappy I played you first because it didn't give me a proper warm-up. I knew I will beat you whatever I did.
And he's your good friend.
I wasn't offended. We've known each other a long time.
Just imagine his enemies, how Peter gets treated by people who don't like him. I mean, MVL really likes the man.
Yeah,
I remember that you didn't give him a proper warm-up. So for him, bishop d5.
I would have taken him against the field, sort of, to find bishop d5 and to find it quickly and to play it confidently. So yeah, it's an unusual one. He generally doesn't miss them.
Even so, rook takes b2. It's still got to be a nice advantage for black.
Having given the engine time to think, it is now suggesting this is manageable. I don't know if it's only f5 or rook e3. Maybe if I increase the number of lines, there will be something else that is playable. But those two now, I think those types of numbers are pretty much conclusively draw with best play.
Draw with best play.
But I mean, we've seen the last 5 moves featured not exactly best play. So this is maybe not as...
Well,
Jovi, where would you like us to go?
Yeah, Peter mentioned the words draw with best play, so I'd love us to go to the game Wesley against Richard, because there's been some radical changes there. Richard
like
giving up an exchange.
Sacrifice. So after the move e5, Wesley's presented with some really tempting opportunities. Knight takes d6, knight to f5, that's a nice jump. Knight takes b5, and simply the slow positional play, knight b3, and saying, look what you've done to your bishop, you've given me an outpost, you're welcome to take my knight, and then after bishop takes, please do me a favor, play bishop b5, I'll probably trade, I'll castle, and you'll suffer for the rest of the game. Richard said,
no
suffering.
No such thing, yeah.
Rook c4, bishop b5. I've sacrificed in exchange for not even a pawn.
Not even a pawn, but trying to keep the king in the center. And my first question to you, Yasser, is you're a pawn grabber, but this is not a pawn, but it implies you like material.
Right.
Are you playing rook back, or are you playing knight a5 here? Or queen c2? I mean, one of those.
I like safe kings as well. Knight a5.
Because my first instinct was as well, I can play knight a5 here and I'm better.
I want a castle.
And the engine actually doesn't disagree with us at all. It just says that the attack is not sufficient. It goes rook c1 and says there's really no
f5.
There's really
my approach. Come on.
Material
rook
girl.
Exactly. Rook c1 and show me what you got.
f5, let's go.
Yeah, it doesn't play f5, shockingly. It does some weird shuffles. Yeah, and in fact, our reply to queen h4 check here suggests to me that maybe we should consider rook c2. Because the reply to queen h4 check in this position is to play king d1 and start running in that direction. And the way it runs for preference is rook c2 followed by king c1, king b1.
Right.
So perhaps c2 is just originally a stronger square. Very much with this intention, saying, now that you've played d5, I feel reasonably confident I will not get mated around the b1 square. So I can just start slowly by foot. Getting over to safety.
I mean,
and you're saying the computer is not not playing f5?
No, it does some weird slow things, like it plays queen e7, king d1, rook d8, king c1, knight f8, and then it pushes d6,
that's
d5
not
somewhere.
my vibe. I'm not as good as that. So my vibe would have been actually to put the rook on c3.
Okay.
As white?
As white, because I want to
still with
go
the same king
a4.
shuffle?
Yeah, no, I want to go a4.
I want to go a4 and then castle.
And then castle.
And then castle.
I am a materialist.
So let's check. Yeah, so we go a4.
And then castles.
This is also very strong.
Done.
This is also very strong.
Exchange up.
Sign my score sheet.
The
clown.
I'm so simplistic.
The one issue with this is the bishop will drop back to b5. And it will take you some time to make progress here, because black will have a pawn for the exchange. I'll play something like knight f6, bishop draws back to b5. I want to play perhaps bishop f8, rook e6, and of course you're much better.
Of course.
But like if you add white a pawn on the a file here, black resigns.
Right.
So I would. The proper maximalist approach here is to try to preserve everything. You know, because as long as this is alive, every single endgame is winning. Every single middle game, once your king is safe, is winning. And in the meantime, I don't know if they will immediately find the repetition. I just want to. We'll return to the sharp games soon. Right. But nobody voted for this game.
Right.
And I think that's correct. And just
by the way, on the game between Jan and Fabi, an enormous number of moves have been played. What I thought was the marquee matchup, for some reason, the other games, stole all the thunder, and they're now in a rook and 2 versus rook and 1. That's a dead draw.
I'm pretty sure they will find some kind of repetition soon.
Exactly.
And just to briefly show how they got here, they actually played very, very precisely from a certain point onwards. After knight f6, Jan played rook e5. A very good move, a7, a6 here was played by Fabi. The point being, I want to illustrate this. Like you can play c6 here, and if you play very naively and do this, you might actually lose this, because the outside passer is rook and outside passer against 2 minor pieces without the rook is incredibly dangerous. So what he's doing by playing a6, he's saying, in that very final position with a pawn on a6, I will have bishop b5, and you will never win it.
Exactly.
So this is taken off the board. Jan played f3, g4 here, black played knight d7, rook f5 check, king g8. And now if you play d6, you're actually allowing, for instance, b6 among other things. So Jan just played c6.
Gave away his pawn.
Gave away his pawn, and now it feels like if anyone is better, it's probably black, but actually the coordination is just not there. The rooks are very active. And this is also, I think, very easily demonstrable by the choice of move Fabi did here. He just gave up his 2 pieces for the rook, liquidating into exactly the position we have on our screen. Jan took on b5, took on d7, black played rook c3, rook b3, forced the final pawns off the board on the king side. And it feels like there will now be this repetition with king h2, rook h4. No, Jan is actually playing on. We'll return to this when they shake hands, which they will.
Exactly. Draw going on here, but the other 3 games, And Richie has played d6.
He played d6, d5, which is
rook c1.
Very interesting.
Maybe Wesley was feeling kind of like what you're suggesting, that I can get my pawn to a4 and castle, life will be good. But d6, d5. I noted that the engine was doing a lot of preparatory work. It was playing rook e8, knight f6, and then going for d5. d5 right away, Peter? Can't I just grab? Queen takes
I think the
d5?
point is we give a check on h4 now. Bishop f2, queen g5 is a bit awkward, actually.
How do we defend
it's still
g2?
playable, but it's a bit awkward. So
I think we want to play
Yeah,
g3.
the engine goes g3, queen h3, it goes queen g2 and says this is nothing. But from a purely human perspective, some position like this, you can see this becoming unclear. In particular, if you add fe and knight f6, you start liking black.
I'm not there with you though yet. Go back to the position after g3. Can I try king f2, just to stop f5? I mean.
I don't understand why this is unclear, but this is like legitimately quite unclear now.
Wow.
With the idea of g5,
I was expecting knight f6.
I was too. I didn't even think of g5.
Yeah,
Like,
knight f6 it doesn't like, because now it says after queen d1 I will be able to stabilize. Honestly, I would also much more expect something like this.
Yeah, let's go
Some
crazy.
kind of a romantic idea of opening everything else. But there is no mate here. You have to be precise, but there is no mate here. It goes very slowly. It goes g5, goes g4, forces you to open something up, and in particular break this little bit of chain, so that the knight on h7, when it does come to f6, will actually be attacking something.
Extraordinary.
And white is still better. It's not like this is suddenly very, very good for black. But this is a game, and it prefers queen g2 for whatever reason.
Okay.
But I think it's also very, very
Then
concrete,
f5.
because after f5, it goes a4, bishop takes a4, and queen a2. And these types of geometries, I think, are incredibly missable. Very, very missable.
Oh, for sure.
And after bishop e8, but it's just so calm. I don't know if anybody can play like this in actual fact. It goes knight g2 and then just takes on a6 and says, I want to play queen f1, sir. Would you like to trade queens?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ice water, huh?
Yeah. But queen d5, queen h4 on the board, but I'm pretty sure the actual game will look like nothing that I've shown. Because those are very, very computerish. Right?
Well, for me, the move bishop f2, queen g5, I don't really want to face.
He's played g3 already.
Yeah, so I'm thinking g3 is pretty much obliged, and I don't see a better move than queen h3. Your queen has just no squares.
You have to put it on h3. This is why you played d5, queen h4, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, by the way, this is move 24, so 16 to make. 17 minutes for Wesley, 18 minutes for Richard. This is probably not the last difficult calculation they'll have to make, so this is potentially quite a nail-biter on our hands.
And then finally, we've got to drop in on the game between Alireza and Leinier. When we left it, we'd seen the move h4, Jovi, and we kind of thought that was a little bit of a head-scratcher because we expected
many
queen
things
c2.
have happened, many things.
Rook e8, h5, going for mate.
Yeah, and a very, very cute move, bishop b1 there, establishing the battery. Yeah, the battery on the b1 h7 diagonal.
Okay. Bishop drop back.
Queen c2. In the current position, any sane human being will play f5. Apparently g6 is also playable, but I don't think anybody does that. that would be a very strange move to see in a practical game. I'm expecting f5.
If I had a student who played g6,
you would say,
I would
take
say,
it back.
Have a nice life. Goodbye. Don't return to class. G6.
Okay, I'm in
f5. Okay, so what's happening after f5 then?
f5, it switches to positional play. Now we have this very nice square on e5 to aim for, in particular because we denied the black knight the square on g6. So even, let's say, if the trade on e5 happens,
right,
black can't chase this rook away immediately. This particular position, honestly, weirdly to my eyes, the engine suggests, and Jovanka was very, very on point with the idea of bringing this knight to d6.
I tell you, that structure, the knight wants to be on d6.
I'm still kind of shocked this isn't better for white. Like I would definitely start by thinking I must be better here. But the knight gets to e4, and then you play queen f7, and actually h5 becomes a bit of a target.
I was going to say, why is white better here?
Yeah.
I would be rubbing my hands with glee at black's prospects.
But we are absolutely not obliged to play knight e5 early. We can start by, let's say, playing knight 1 g2, and then it also includes b4. Yeah. Very often, actually, before and a6 will be included, so let's just put this on the board. We go knight 1 g2. We often will play queen d1, perhaps even bishop d3, because now, with this setup on the queen side, it's very difficult for black to do on the king side. It will be very difficult for black to do anything. And white can now improve for quite some time without committing.
G5, G6?
I think that's the only source of counterplay you do have. But the engine even says you can ignore it. Wait for g4, play knight e5 then. And perhaps even we will be recapturing with the d pawn and putting the knight on d4.
You know, hilarity ensues.
Did you expect this, though?
King
F7.
Okay.
Well, Leinier isn't dismissed from class. The question of his return.
Well, he has a point, right? If the queen goes to h7.
Well, you just go
f5.
F5, and then you win the
trap.
Exactly, you trap Her Majesty.
He's setting up a bit of a cheapo here.
What I wanted to say is today they're using so many tools and so many software and Puzzle Rush and things like this. I'm really looking forward to the time that they give us a set number of games and say, please guess the ratings of the two players.
This exists as a party game already, right?
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, fabulous. I mean, I have to get out more. That's clear. What's it called?
Guess my rating. Guess your rating.
I think
guess the rating, actually.
That would be a perfect name for the game we're talking about. But I'm looking at this position of after
I think
F5
Levi
instead of
streams
king.
this occasionally, right?
Yeah,
Levi definitely does videos on this.
Quite a few people do this.
Okay. Looking at white's pieces, the bishop on b1, the knight on f1. I mean, the bishop on c6, the knight on e7. It's like the strategic misplacement of almost all the minor pieces suggests to me that these players don't have the highest ratings
I would disagree violently
with the bishop
this.
on the knight on e1 and knight on e7 and the knight on f1. Bishop on b1.
I think this is quite clearly a game between two strong players, to be honest. Yeah.
I'm going to do terrible at guess the game and guess but king f7. Peter, king f7. I wouldn't have guessed that move either.
Not a huge fan, no.
No.
I'm a big
fan.
For aesthetic reasons.
Let me rephrase
Aesthetic.
that. Yeah,
Aesthetic.
Let me rephrase that. I'm a huge fan. It's not a good move.
There you have it. A huge
those two
fan.
things I think can coexist perfectly peacefully.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, queen h7.
We showed
F5.
that. F5 is very strong. What it does is it pretty much always includes before a6 because there's really no reason not to include it. And now let's say something like knight h4.
Okay.
With the idea of perhaps bringing the other one over to f3.
Makes sense.
We will play queen e2 at some point. Knight g6 will be an annoying threat for the rest of the game.
Right.
In fact, it pretty much provokes f5 because eventually you'll have to play f5. And then you have to ask yourself, why
did I put my king on?
I played king f7?
Well, queen d6 first.
Okay.
Your own checkmate, by the way, on h2. Not a.
Knight g6 is legitimately a very annoying threat here because you pretty much have to play rook g8 or give up the exchange. And then I can play something like queen e2 or queen d1. I don't know why it chooses queen d1, but like bringing the queen over to f3, then perhaps even rook e2, e2. And you're very, very restricted now in what you can aim for in this position for black. No, with this is the moment black position has started, being in danger. I think had he played f5, he would still be within the margins. But after king f7, with 10 minutes against Alireza also, Alireza will be very practical against 10 minutes.
Jovi, I've got news for you. Varujan's changing his poll numbers, and he's saying 3 decisive games, expecting that Jan and Fabi have already agreed draw.
They haven't, but they will soon, yeah.
Draw?
And Fabi is doing it the right way because he basically waited for the opportune moment and then just gave up the g-pawn by playing g6, g5 here.
Right.
Yeah, we'll see it in a moment, yeah.
And they're about...
Yeah.
Jan is playing it out, but the important thing here is that Jan doesn't think for 25 minutes somewhere, because they both know what this is. As long as you play quickly, nobody's going to object to you playing this out.
Right. So you go rook a5, king h4, rook b5, g5, and then you go behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there's absolutely no difference between 1 and 2 g-pawns in this position. It's a very comfortable draw.
Yeah, and actually the g-pawns are not great pawns either.
No.
Not at all.
And even something called the back rank defense will work. Okay, king comes up to h4.
Yeah, I think actually the best troll from Hikaru's, that's a different conversation. The best troll from Fabiano's side here would actually be to allow the king all the way to h6, which I suspect is still a draw. Although you have to be careful.
Oh my gosh, I would not want to.
You probably don't want to test that. You probably don't want to test that.
Knight g3 by Alireza. I really like.
And the king is going backwards, so this is where the draw will be incoming.
Yeah, I'm expecting some checks at the moment. No. Just simply rook b4. I like the move knight h4 by Alireza very much because as we see the players making a repetition and handshake is coming.
Repeating the position, and so a draw will be incoming, and there we can see draw has been offered. Well, you're not allowed to offer a draw, but Fabiano stops the clock, calls over the arbiter, and very accurate game. Let's go.
Yeah, very accurate.
Let's go straight to the
Alireza.
Firouzja.
King f7 has
Knight g3 was chosen by Alireza, which is a bit of a weird square, to be honest, because I'm not sure what you're developing a piece, you're putting it on a more active, more forward square, but where is it going from here? I really like this idea that we were discussing of putting it on h4 and perhaps lifting the other one to f3, because on f3 I think it controlled a lot more important squares.
Right.
Knight g3, and Leinier quickly plays rook g8, a move I don't quite understand. I guess he actually wants to play g5, but
I am really
f5 first and then g6.
And by the way, seems like there was a tactical reason to play knight g3, because my engine suddenly is flashing up and saying I can play queen h7 now. So what changed? After f5, we now have bishop takes f5, apparently. And if e takes f5, knight takes f5,
and you
knight
can't
takes
go
f5,
queen takes because of rook.
Yeah, important tactic here, queen f5 instantly loses to rook takes e7.
c7
destroying the defender of the queen. So knight takes, queen g6, king f8, and this is better for white, because only move queen f7, otherwise you get checked from e1. So queen f7. Here you will have to make an incredibly awkward move, bishop e8, then the rook comes in, and this is good for white, although not strictly speaking winning. I don't know if knight g3 was played with that intention. I don't know if it's even practical for Alireza to try to calculate all of this, because his position, I think, remains good even if he doesn't.
Exactly.
But it's an option that has been presented to him here.
After rook g8, can we at least guess knight h4 in this current position, Peter?
It's softer than it... it does provoke f5, but we did sort of misplace this knight. It really doesn't belong on g3.
We'd love the abracadabra variation, wouldn't we? Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Can we do this, please?
And Wesley So is up in exchange. Is that still the case, Jovi?
He still is very much up there in exchange, and the position is still very, very unbalanced.
With the king on f2.
Exactly. So let's quickly rewind to see how we got
So we
here.
did see queen g3, the queen dropped that. It didn't go to h3, which was our main line. Queen h3 was our main line. Give me the pawn on f3. You can't have it. Rook d8, queen b7, rook d3, trade of queens. Well, this must be...
I guess with the intention of knight g5. No, it very much hinges on what happens after knight g5.
So I go rook check. It's always nice to include a rook.
Okay, the knight is on g5, so the first move that comes to mind is you want to preserve...
you have knight h3. Okay, I understand suddenly. King h7, bishop e3...
Knight h3 is very strong there. It is completely winning for white, but for a different reason. You can do it. You can do it in two very similar but slightly different ways. You can start with h4, or you can start with rook h1. You just the key to understanding this position is realizing that if black takes one of 3 with the rook, that rook will no longer really have any squares, and we will be able to attack and probably even win it.
It'll be a little stuck.
So two ways of dealing with this is starting with h4, which after knight takes f3 we can play rook hd1. And another thing to say about this position, once we remove this rook, once it gets traded off the board, black is completely helpless. We are an exchange up. There's no technical problems converting this whatsoever.
Right.
And if rook takes f3 after king g2, black will have to give up for more material. The engine prefers this, but you're not saving this position. It's a very romantic idea, you know, two bishops, very nice structure, but you're two exchanges down.
Right.
This is never, ever going to be enough.
Actually, after h4, the rooks are going to get traded off whatever happens.
Yes. And the other way to do exactly the same thing is to start with rook hd1.
I think that's maybe the cleanest,
which absolutely forces rook f3. Now we go king g2. The threat of h4 is very strong. If you play rook f6, you run into bishop d8, which is also not a particularly nice picture. So, yeah, as long as Wesley understands that rook takes f3 is a bit of a fake threat here, he will win.
Right. Wow. Okay. So we do have our poll.
Well,
we asked you to guess where the decisive games are going to be for today. And the answers are, envelope please, Jovi.
Yes, and well, we see
Anish
there, that's
Maxime.
Anish Maxime, 21.3% will think it'll be decisive. Wesley, Richard is definitely up there. Jan Fabiano, though, there was
37%.
30% thought
Reading
that would
comprehension. Reading comprehension, people. We did not ask which game will end in a draw today.
Which game will finish decisively? Remind me not to ask a friend, ask the audience. Thank you for participating. 37.7.
Yeah, I know, and do remember that if you want to tweet us.
Do you think they were trolling us with that answer? I think they were, because that was heading for a draw for a long time.
Yeah. Well, you never know.
Or the other version, which I already voiced.
Very nice.
People
misread it.
People are unused to reading.
Okay, but can we
Jovi?
go over to Anish Giri against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because
Anish found one of the two best lines,
Yes,
by the
he
way.
did.
It seems to be heading towards a draw now.
Oh my!
Because MVL after 96, he thought for quite some time.
That was the F5 variation.
Did not find anything stronger than bishop takes h3. The engine suggests he could have still played on with bishop d3 and then something like bishop b1 and to be prepared to go to the h file here. But I guess he didn't really particularly fancy the idea of at some point blundering rook a8, rook h8 mate.
That's a three-result game.
No, but
though,
currently
right?
we're threatening this fork,
point.
and we're not actually getting mated here. Black is playing for a win at least a little bit, but it's understandable that he didn't want to really get too involved with this. So he went bishop takes h3, and unfortunately for him, white can just recapture, and here...
And the white king is forced into f1, just otherwise a mate that's been around since the 7th century.
That's not the mate.
Arabian mate.
Yes.
Yes.
They've already repeated once, and if you could somehow bring the other knight into the... Like if you could, in this position, play something like knight f4 or knight h5, maybe even stronger.
Right.
You would be winning, but if you play knight d4, it doesn't throw away the draw because this perpetual is always going to be here.
Okay.
In fact, I suspect he will play something like this just to check what Anish does in response.
Knight e4? No, then I can lose a rook, right?
Now we've lost, yeah.
Yeah, and I've lost the rook.
And
okay,
in fact, it's mate in 8 with this very beautiful move, knight g4.
Yeah.
Mate in 8.
Well, you got to stop rook h2 coming your way.
But something like rook e3, something like, and looks like they've shaken hands.
Yeah,
there,
it does look like they have agreed a draw.
Knight h2, f3,
and
Anish
we see
is
Anish explaining what's happened, perhaps.
Very verbally too, like
and maybe he was talking about. No, I think he's gesticulating that he should have played rook c5 and then rook h5 and then and only then f4. And there you see.
For Anish, this must be very unwanted feelings, I want to say, because he had prepped this very, very nicely. He got his prep and he mixed it up. He obviously intended rook c5 followed by f4. Played f4 first, Peter, and lost some pretty impressive preparation, I
Yeah,
want to say.
it's a very, very unpleasant feeling when you actually get something onto the board which you clearly looked at and your opponent hasn't, and it's a very
Right.
spectacular line as well. But in a weird way, maybe the way the game finished will sort of make him more at peace with it, because he also gained half a point. You know?
Right.
Like he will feel
He
that maybe he
spoiled
lost
things.
half a point, but he also gained half a point because he
Yeah.
was borderline losing there
That's
after
right.
it takes a6, bishop d5. So
Yeah.
a very mixed bag for him.
Yeah, Jovi, weigh in on that. So who do you think did better with the halving of the point?
I think Anish will be very annoyed.
Will be very annoyed.
Absolutely, because he wasted good prep, as you said. And let's remind ourselves of the round 4 results. Was a draw in the end between Anish Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Also a draw between Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana. But in the games between Wesley and Richard Rapport and Alireza Firouzja and against Dominguez, everything is still to play for.
Yeah, well, I do think that Wesley is the big favorite, but I want to forcibly remind you, Jovi, in this game between Anish, Giri, and MVL, my pick. Let me just remind everybody, I picked MVL to win the event, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about the vote.
Yeah, well, that too,
That's
right?
still ongoing, but someone's out of the vote.
Yeah, exactly. But that move, Bishop D5, and Anish might have rued the moment that he played F4, because suddenly that bishop eyeballing at the pawn on G2, the big threat, King F5.
I know. And 92 check.
And
F5.
92 check. And knight takes F4. So Bishop D5, and we think that was a winning moment for
Pretty
MVL.
much, yeah.
Rook takes B2,
Yeah.
surprisingly.
And a lot of credit actually has to go to Anish for recovering his composure and finding all the defensive moves after rook takes b2, because that position was still difficult to play and still very, very losable for white. But
easily, yeah. F5 was a
after a sequence where he was, we have to say, outplayed, frankly.
Right.
From that moment on, he regained his composure, played very, very good chess, and saved the game. As for the remaining
Wesley.
2 games being everything to play for, I would disagree from the other side. I think this one is about to be over. Yeah, Wesley did play h4, and once this lands on the board, the choices are so ugly for black.
H4 has been played.
Right. And the problem is that after we play knight takes f3, we really don't have much of a choice. Rook d1 is going to force our hands to trade rooks.
No, I think if you don't resign here, you probably actually go for this line. Because at least this way, you've destroyed the majority on the queen side. There is no immediate way for white to create a passer. And there is this beautiful situation with, he's gone rook f3. He will take on b3 here, I'm pretty sure. Rook f6, bishop d8 is even more ugly. So I think rook b3 is the move.
So just from the practical perspective, you have to jettison a second exchange for some pawns.
Is it so bad, though, right?
It is, because the king is, with the king in the center with better coordination, it would have been a legitimate drawing attempt. But with the king on g8 and the rooks coming in very, very quickly, after knight takes e4, I will give a check, for instance. After king h7, I'll play rook c7. And you will have to start dropping pawns, because you can't really play f5, because that will completely disconnect your pieces, and once the second rook lands on the 7th, the game will end. You can't really play king g8 because rook d1, d8 will win on the spot. The best move here is g5, rook f7, king g6, but once you start dropping...
g5 is the best move?
Yeah, and rook f7 isn't even the strongest. You can start with rook e1, which is even harsher.
Oh my.
No, it's just very, very bad.
Oh my. Rook e1 looks like a very attractive move, certainly, but wow. If you have to start jettisoning pawns, Jovi, I'm sorry to say it's not our day. I mean, I would be playing f7, f6, and hoping that, I would be able to reroute my knight to f5 and, try to put up some kind of
After rook d1, do you have very many legal moves, though?
I know, that's the other issue, is you don't let my knight get back into the game. Rook d1,
maybe g5 here, though, yeah.
King h6 just to get out of the pin.
Bishop
I hate
e3 check.
Bishop e3 check. Oh.
Is that so? I mean, it's a
well,
bad
at least
game,
I should play g5,
G5.
so that I can play king g6 and not suffer the consequences of yet another pin.
What I will say about this is, I think in practical terms, the easiest way to win this position is to play rook 1 d7.
And just give back an exchange.
Yeah, because then the a6 pawn will fall in about 2 moves, and then I will queen the b pawn. Rook d7, bishop d7, rook d7, rook a7, next move against anything. Take
Grab
rook
the
d6.
pawn, and there we go. Rook takes b3.
And the moment white creates a passer on the queen side, the game basically ends.
Good point.
Yeah.
See, that's actually one of the things I didn't understand until I understood it, is being an exchange up means that we can give an exchange back a lot easier.
Yes, yes. It's a famous quote which normally is used in relation to the advantage of the two bishops, but it's also extremely true about the advantage of the two exchanges
as well.
It's just that you don't get it as often.
Exactly. Knight takes e4, we're expecting, and Richie is just hoping that Wesley doesn't put together the winning sequence, which leaves our other game.
Yes, and this
What's
was my
happening?
pick when it came to having a decisive game today. Alireza against Leinier Dominguez, and
We see knight h4 and f5 on the
and
board.
here there is everything to play for.
This one is very, very sharp.
And the
Alireza
pawn is
should-
on b3?
Yeah, he played b3.
He didn't even play b4.
He played b3, which is a very unusual choice. I
A
guess he wanted
peculiar.
to make sure the pawn never hangs on a4, and also perhaps he wants to introduce the idea of rook a2, e2 without
A2, I get.
without committing to too much on the queen side. I would still put it on b4 though.
Right. Okay, I'm still confused. So now after f5, what are we trying to do, Jovi? Are we trying to play hg and trade, or
Yeah, I think so.
are we trying to go knight back to f3 to e5?
I'll step away from the board because otherwise I will be
You'll
way
be
too
our
influenced.
influencer.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that perhaps you don't take on h5 immediately, but you just have that in the air. It's perhaps time to start.
Well, our queen and bishop
Rerouting
makes
things.
no sense, right? Our queen on c2 and bishop on b1, we're hitting. So our rook on a1 is doing nothing. If you want to start with rook e2, that's fine. If you want to go queen d1 with the idea rook a2, queen e2. But which piece unravelment would you start with?
I think I would probably go move the queen out of the way.
I love that. For me, I love pinning my opponent. So when I play a move like queen d1, in my mind, the image I'm having is I want to take on g6 very much so. Knight takes g6 and then be a boss and play queen h5. I love, as much as I hate being in pins, I love pinning my opponent. So for me, queen d1 without b3, by the way, or with b4.
He returned the knight to
Knight
f3, which is
4 to
is
f3.
interesting.
I can't guess any of the moves, actually.
Yeah,
Knight f3, Peter?
In this particular game, yeah, we're not great.
Not
at
even
guessing
close.
moves.
King
this
f7.
Is, this is such an unusual
ruined us.
structure that I think the players are also very much off the autopilot and
Right.
having to think about every single decision. This is I guess white is still better, but I'd be a bit worried about allowing GH, and then perhaps black will develop some sort of counterplay against along the G file, but.
Which is why he played king f7 in the first place.
Yeah,
He was dreaming.
but I suspect that Alireza is and GH played instantly by Leinier.
With 6 minutes on his clock to 7 minutes for Alireza.
Which, the machine I'm pretty sure will disagree with, but let's try and do the last 15 minutes of this game without consulting the machine for once. I'm going to stay here and not look at it.
So are we playing queen d2? We're inviting bishop takes g3, but we anticipate that that's not a very good idea because the knight will be able to jump
I actually wanted to ask you, I mean, how stupid is knight takes h5? I understand we don't have to,
right?
But my argument here would be I want to play queen d2.
Exactly.
I want to ask you whether you care about your h6 pawn or not. You
I
probably do care. And if I force you to play, and he does play knight takes h5, if I force you to play rook g6, I will have knight f4 with tempo.
Precisely.
But wait 1 second, can I not do moves like knight g6?
You can, yeah. And maybe you should start with that. But after knight g6, once again, I'm starting with either queen c1 or queen d2. The argument for queen c1 would be to free up the second rank to play rook a2, rook e2 later. That would be my somewhat...
That would be the argument?
Somewhat overly clever argument. I think it's a bit artificial. But
yeah, but failing the idea that we actually need to do anything other than get our queen towards the h6 pawn, queen d2, and ask a very salient question. By the way, if I take on h6, it's not just that I'm winning a pawn, I'm also winning
knight
a square.
g5, queen h7, there's a lot of threats. It feels like in this position you're more or less obliged to play rook h8. And then your g-file is...
That's an accomplishment. I've chased you off the g-file. And I feel like...
Bishop d3, rook e1, rook e2, rook e1. I mean, there's plenty. There's plenty here.
Has really picked up the initiative in this case, by the way.
Which is why I don't think GH was that great, to be honest.
If I am forcing rook h8, then I am a big fan of rook a2 and rook e2 and putting my queen on c1 and just accelerating that position that we had here.
Exactly. And you see Leinier took GH because he desperately wants to have something to do on the king side. He didn't want to defend a passive position. He had the option of playing g5 and sort of closing the king side instead. But then he really has no threats, and he was, I guess, not really that happy about having just to hold this.
Maybe this position was not
honestly, the more we discuss GH, the more it feels to me that we're opening up the king side to get attacked, not to create an attack ourselves.
Yeah, that's also one of the problems. Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares, you got to give them.
Right.
Sometimes you open up the position to get an attack, and you're the one who's gifted your opponent the attack. Sorry,
yeah,
Judy,
no, I was just going to say, okay, bearing in mind that queen d2 is an unpleasant threat, maybe you can go rook g6.
Rook to g6.
And try to defend everything that way.
We are inviting knight e5.
And then he's gone rook g4.
4.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering about that, and with a very spectacular idea, which I'm sure doesn't work, but I really want to show it on the board.
Rook
g4, let's say we go queen g2.
Okay.
I wanted to play king g6 and say I will launch a counterattack here by going after this knight on h5, or at least forcing it to g3, where at least it will not be coming to f4 anymore. I think forcing white to play knight g3 is an achievement here.
An achievement. I'm just worried that you might not achieve what you're aiming for.
I am also not particularly confident here.
Like after knight e5 check, are you going king h5?
I'm taking on e5 first, and then I'm taking on h5. And I'm claiming I'm not mated yet, and maybe I will never be. Who knows?
Be proud. Be proud.
Stranger things have happened.
Okay, king h5.
Oh, but you can play rook e3.
Where? Here or after knight e5?
You can do it here.
King takes h5.
Huh?
King takes h5.
And then my point was knight
the rover?
to e.
Knight e5, rook h3, beautiful.
The rover?
Knight e5, bishop e5, rook h3, check.
Rook h3, but you still...
I still run towards f7. There might not be mate. It's a very beautiful idea, but there might not be mate at the end of it. King g6, queen h6, king f7.
So I'm a piece down. What do I got for it? I get a pawn?
Well, you're currently 2 down, so you have to take on e5.
Right.
And then knight g8 is a move, rook g6 is a move. It feels like I am actually escaping with my life here, shockingly.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it?
It's like a squirrel who's grabbed a nut and run home with the goodies.
Which I think probably prompts us to discuss knight e5. No, but knight e5 check immediately is also not that clear. I like rook g4. Rook g4 introduces it introduces this, very, very tasty level of insanity to the position, in particular with the idea of king g6 to follow it up. And I think this is what he's intending, because let's say if you play queen g2, rook e g8.
Yeah. Can I take on h6?
I'm pretty sure we can take on h6 and allow you rook takes g2, because I don't think rook takes g2 does very much. And the queen on h6 does a lot.
The rook takes g2. It's always nice when you capture such a beautiful pawn shield.
King f1.
But after king f1, you are facing some pretty harsh music.
It's just a check.
Yeah, it's just a check.
It's just a check.
I had to check bishop b5 check isn't made, but it isn't. So you probably have to put a rook on g6. I will give a check from h7, and then I will consider my options.
Well, yes.
Queen h7. I guess you go to f8.
Yeah, you have to go to f8 because otherwise knight f6. No.
Not yet,
Not
but it will
yet.
be in the air. Yeah, I think
Okay,
King F8
good.
is more logical.
I'll fall for it. I'll go to F8.
Although, honestly, I said the Queen on H6 does a lot, but in this particular position, I'm so far struggling to land any kind of a blow, let alone a killing blow. You know,
it's time to play Bishop D3,
Such
King
a-
E2, Rook E1. It's been a slow motion.
And we have to
attack.
mention that we're having this fun with somebody else's pieces.
Yes, we
And
are.
with no pressure whatsoever.
On our
They are playing
shoulders.
this position on 4 minutes for 12 moves, and a lot of pressure on them, in particular on Alireza, because Alireza needs to nail down that rating spot. So he would
yes.
very much like to win this game.
Okay, let's start with the most mundane and obvious knight e5 check.
The problem is
you're
would
going
like-
to take it.
Yeah, we will have to take it. But then
And-
I don't think you can
Can you
comfortably
take with the pawn?
Yes, I was
don't-
about to say.
I don't know if
I
you-
prefer to take with the rook. The problem with taking with the pawn, Jovi, is
D5,
that-
D4 is just-
exactly.
oh.
I'm ready for knight f6 and and a handshake, but this move d4 rattles me desperately. Queen can jump to d5, and I would be afraid.
This looks very unclear. And I can show a very spectacular
Please.
line here. So you go knight f6 anyway. Rook g2, king f1, and for a second I thought, okay, we are attacking a lot of material here.
Including the queen.
Yeah, but I think maybe rook g8 after king f1 is pretty good.
Oh my.
And if you go to knight d7, I'm going to play
bishop f3.
Bishop f3.
Yeah, so first of all, let me put my king on f1 like a good boy. Rook to g8. Go ahead and take the queen. And we do have queen d2 on the board.
Come on, Leinier.
If we see king g6,
I'm pretty sure.
Do we throw coins at Leinier or do we throw coins at Peter? They may be copper coins. I'm not.
Throw a coin to your.
Throw a coin.
To your
And the
chess player.
fountain. So queen d2 on the board, king g6. That would be, well, king f7 was.
I think that would be a way.
Oh. And we're just going to interrupt you there because we have our first decisive result. Wesley has beaten Richard Rapport.
It took us 15 games, right? To get
Took us a lot of games.
Wow.
But we are here and you can see
The
that-
double exchange sacrifice did not deliver the goods, as you were saying, Peter. It's just not even close. The exchanges are just too strong.
So the deadlock finally has been broken.
Right.
The curse has been lifted.
The curse has been lifted.
And
the floodgates have been opened.
Oh, stop
That's
If you say the parting of the sea, I mean, we are in biblical territory. Epic.
Very regrettably. I mean, we guessed the moves, but they were not the moves we wanted to guess correctly.
Look,
Yes.
after
Let's
Queen
jump.
D2, King
let's jump
G6
to
was
Leinier.
not played. Instead, Rook EG8
Wow.
on the board.
Queen takes h6 on the board.
Yes.
Oh boy,
We're in for some
mean,
fun.
the floodgates could be opening, the seas could be parting. It's amazing, everybody.
Yes.
Queen takes h6, and what are the clock times?
Okay, well, both players are around the 3-minute mark.
3 minutes, Mark. 3:50. And
Yeah,
there we
Rook G2
go.
will be played. I'm pretty sure King F1 is the choice. King H1 just looks wrong.
On
Every
level.
Yeah, and I suspect Rook 2 G6 is the move here. There are some
Yes.
others you can name, like Rook 8 G6. I don't think loses on the spot.
What?
But I mean, you
Rook
can
8
choose. You
G6?
can choose the other Rook. I think.
No, but they're just the rook
It's just-
G2
but-
is in the
yeah,
way,
but
right?
it looks wrong, right? It looks
Yes.
correct to have your
Of course.
your rooks
Okay.
control as many squares as possible around your king.
And the worse the time trouble, the more the natural moves can be expected. And
Yeah.
this is much more of a natural
For a
move.
second there, I was wondering if in this position knight g5 check is very strong, but there is no particular follow-up after rook g5, queen f6, king e8.
Can
I
we
don't
just
think
see
it works.
that? Because it's not. I mean, you do have rook takes e6 crashing
Yeah,
through.
but then rook h5, and we're kind of running out of bullets, you know.
Well, if you're going to take all the ammo out of the position, that does hurt. That is hurtful. Yes, agreed, Peter. That's too many pieces. No knight but queen h7 check, king f8. We more or less stopped here, but we didn't come to a conclusion, a judgment.
No.
Give me your best judgment, Jovi. Would you like white? Would you like black? Why?
Well, I think black is fine. The knight on e7 is such a great defender. I don't see a way.
I want to make a prediction for the move in this position. I think he'll play bishop d3.
Rook g6 on the board as expected.
He will play queen h7.
We will
I'm
expect
pretty sure.
queen a. And you think, should they reach this position, bishop d3, and then give me your best judgment?
Exactly.
Peter?
Yeah.
Do you prefer white, black, why?
I think I'm probably still preferring white here because shockingly, or maybe not so shockingly, the white king is still the safer of the two. It's going to be quite comfortable on e2. In fact, king e2 probably is the next move. It might even be...
But is it so safe? I mean, I've got b5 ideas in the air.
Yeah, but that's very far away. I don't need to react to b5. Like ab5, bishop b5, I will have to answer questions. But I don't have to react to b5 at all. I can play king e2, b takes a, and play something like rook g1.
The players are racing to the position that we're trying to make a good judgment on. I'm kind of preferring black because I'm seeing the move knight to c8. If I can force the trade of queens...
And you do, but I don't think this position is so great for you. I go king e2 here.
I go rook h8 or rook
I'm one tempo
h6.
short. Yeah, I thought I will be in time to play knight e5, but I'm not.
Right.
I'm not.
If you could play knight e5 and knight f4, I might have to resign.
No, you're absolutely right. I misjudged the tempi here. So king e2 is just a massive mistake. I have to play knight e5 immediately after the queen trade.
Knight e5 immediately. Okay, now I do have a rook check followed by...
And our producers are telling us the current position contains a very strong move for Alireza, which is the move knight h4, just trying to shift the rook away from g6.
Inviting rook g1.
Yeah, allowing rook g1 check is not going to be such an easy move to make over
With
over
2
the board.
minutes, 3 minutes on your clock, Jovi?
Yeah.
Yep, 3 minutes. And
would you be reaching
move
for your
32.
knight to go to h4 away from your king?
Well, I feel like white has to do something right now. So maybe
bishop d3. Yeah, bishop
I mean,
d3 as expected.
that's such a natural move. I mean, if you reach positions with little time on your clock, and a move like bishop d3, followed by king e2, feels so natural. But I think knight e5 is actually such a huge threat.
I was going to say, in fact, because of knight e5 being such a huge threat, knight c8 is the only move.
Only move in this position.
Both knight e5 and now in particular knight h4 is much stronger even than on the previous move because our rooks are connected.
At last.
Yeah, so Leinier has to play knight c8, but I'm pretty sure he will play knight c8 because he just doesn't have very many moves to choose from, if we're entirely honest.
Yeah. The alternatives all look terrible. Yeah. And that move knight c8, Jovi, after you see the move knight c8, you understand the knight really wants to get to e4, but I think it's a timing problem, right? You can't get it there. I get knight e5 first, right? What Peter wanted to do was encourage rook g1 check. He wants to play knight e5 followed by knight f4 and make this beautiful positional acclamation that you've got a French and a bad bishop.
This is not so clear, I don't think.
Because?
Because you've got bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes e5, f takes
bishop e5 d is the only move, of course.
And now knight f6 is on the agenda. And
knight c8
played with 1 minute 40 seconds on his clock. He gets the 30-second bonus, so his clock is up to 2. What move number are they on?
They are move 33, so
there's still a lot of moves to go.
Be playing his 34th move.
I'm just going to update my board here, everybody. So
there's not very much to choose from, so the queens are coming off, and now very important moment for Alireza. He needs to recognize that the knight on h5 will be attacked if you don't play knight e5 immediately.
Right.
So it feels like it's absolutely time to play it right this moment, or you might never. Yeah, there it is.
Knight e5.
There it is. Leinier's choice is very binary here. You can include rook g1, rook takes e1. I don't know if that improves your position or not. One thing it does do is it gives you the option of not taking on e5 in the end. This is what I was looking at.
Right.
Giving this check on g1, taking on e1, and then perhaps playing something like
bishop e8.
Bishop e8 or something along those lines.
Right.
But knight f6 is still quite annoying in those positions.
Well, okay, so
or knight f4.
So we'll go, let's say king d7, and we'll make a pretense.
No, this drops a piece.
So no, here, you're right. I can't do it. I have to play bishop e8.
Yeah.
If I don't want to play bishop takes e5, I mean. So and bishop e8, knight f4.
Or
But
knight
then-
f6 even. I'm not sure knight f6 isn't strong, but knight f4 is very, very logical as well.
Because you want rook h1 and
Or king g2 even. If you don't take on
Feels-
e5 now, king g2 will also be a very unpleasant move to face.
No, it feels like it's one-way traffic here. The knights are just simply superior. So from our current position that we do have, and by the way, did you notice that a little flair on that move knight e5 by Alireza just at the end? He's got this kind of graceful hand movement.
Leinier takes, d will happen immediately.
Automatically,
Which
it's
he's
the only
done.
move.
Yeah.
As this now does give him the protected square f6. I don't know, but to my eyes, white's beginning to take over. Knight f6, knight f4, king e2. I see a lot of
knight
nice
f4
moves.
is currently not a threat. It's very specifically knight f6. So I'm looking at something like rook h8.
Okay.
Knight f6.
Okay.
Because knight f4, rook g4 is just bad.
And
Yes,
now
you
king
gain-
to
And king
King
e7, for
e7,
instance,
yeah.
And trying to perhaps smoke it out later, or maybe there will be even some positions in which I will not be that unhappy about the exchange sacrifice, but maybe not. Yeah, king e2 is very logical.
I want to
followed by-
challenge the open h file or open g file for that
Yeah.
moment.
This is not a lot of fun for black still.
But now you have the chance to get your knight to...
A good square?
Yeah, knight... No, not possible, not possible.
Not yet.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
it's close, but not quite.
I need
yeah.
to move the bishop. Yeah, bishop.
Bishop to e8.
But then I was worried about rook. And then, because what I really wanted was knight d6.
Oh, you're so crafty. Knight to d6 after trading rooks or something of that nature. And the idea is that the knight can jump
Yeah.
and or you
Or
capture
actually,
my name.
you know, to go knight f7, just to hold the position tight.
Ooh.
Seize the defensive.
Seizing
Yasser.
the defensive with both hands.
Okay.
And look at him go. He has played the move rook h8.
Rook h8 is the best move in the position. We're being informed. The point is knight f4 is still very bad because of rook g4. You have to put it on f6.
Makes
and then the
sense.
best move in the position is maybe somewhat surprisingly putting the bishop on c6, not king e7. Because if we move the bishop away from d7, we are perhaps creating this idea of knight d6.
I like that.
Knight f6,
Okay.
bishop c6. We're also threatening d4, bishop f3, and mate, by the way.
d4 takes, bishop f3, and hockey
Mate along the h file. So I assume
Nice.
king e2 happens pretty much
by force.
a tempo.
Yep.
And now you can
And
do
now,
it.
if we want, we can probably play knight d6.
Yes.
Knight d6. All right, and then I will challenge the h line, let's say.
Take on h1, play...
Here I'm going to be
Well, you can go
angry
knight
with my...
f7.
Even knight
Yeah.
f7 is very playable.
Here I'm
yeah.
going to be angry with myself. Why did I challenge the h line and invite the move d4? You know, oops, I've blundered a tempo against my rook, which means from this position, I should be challenging the g file. Rook to g1.
Knight d6 first.
Oh, pardon me. Yes, of course. Knight d6. Oops, king e2. Knight d6 first. Rook g1.
Yeah, but
There
on
you don't
g1
get
you're not
through.
threatening checks, so I think I will take on g1. I will take on g1 and play knight e4. I think I'm fine.
Knight e4.
Yeah, take on g1, go knight e4, yeah.
You're not worried about a potentially bad bishop versus good knight scenario?
I think I have runners in the center, so I think I'm okay, yeah.
So
Bishop takes, I take with the d pawn.
the d pawn.
Yeah, and I want to play f4, rook h3, and so on. I think I have like legitimate counterplay.
That's fair.
Well,
And we
knight
do have
f6
knight
played.
f6.
That was the only move
And
to
we're expecting
maintain.
bishop c6.
Bishop c6,
And
extremely precise play, by the way, on these by both of them on
There's
very,
a-
very low time.
There's a reason why all of our games have been drawn. It's because these guys play really, really good chess and very precise chess as well.
Yeah.
Bishop
And
c6
just to
on the board.
reiterate that bishop c6 does have some venom, that there are ideas of
King
d4 and bishop f3 locking in the king. So king e2 forced.
Yep. Knight d6, and I'm just wondering if I'm right or wrong about this. If I'm wrong about the move knight e4, like I could potentially prevent it with the move knight e7.
Okay,
no
maybe-
knight d6.
Maybe he's
Knight
threatening to go
e7.
knight to g8.
Well,
Dislodge that knight.
I understand about the idea of trading off the knight, but are you really happy about the resulting bishop ending position? I mean, it's not like that bishop. I mean, I appreciate that the chances of defending and holding the position are really high. It's just not a joy.
I understand, yeah. I have a feeling that perhaps Leinier realized that after knight d6 there is the move knight takes d5 and decided not to investigate further. And it's a kind of a line which, if he had more time, he would maybe continue analyzing and
Right. So we're back to wanting to trade off one of the rooks. And again, I'm a little bit, I'm not certain, should I be challenging the rook on g1 or the rook on h1? For me, I'd like the h file because it's a little bit further from black's king. So rook h1, and again, give me your assessments after, say, rook h6, would you say?
I think should be around equal because the black rook, I think, very likely will land on h3 and this will generate enough counterplay. And rook h6 also creates the very important g6 square for the knight. So
that's what I was aspiring for.
Yeah, your structure will actually be under some pressure after the rooks get traded off.
Right. So I was thinking not necessarily to go for the rook g8, but the knight g6, and as you said, smoke out the knight on f6 by undermining. And and there we have it, rook
h1 played. Yeah, we're expecting rook 6 h6 because I think trading on h1 helps white.
That's very
quite a bit.
Yeah, black definitely wants the move knight g6, hitting e5. It feels like I'm like a tempo or so away, Jovi. If I could get my grippers, my positional grip on the position with moves like f4 and I don't know, king e3, and, you know, I'd be doing great.
Rook h6 played.
But it's like Leinier just each moment has his kick.
I think that's exactly right. I think white is maybe one tempo away from completely consolidating and being firmly in control. But this tempo is just not coming. We could see something like rook h6, let's say f4.
Right.
Knight g6, rook f1.
Right.
And the f pawn will survive, but I think black has clearly enough compensation. Well, counterplay compensation. You can go rook h4, rook h3, rook h2 forever.
Right.
You can also go rook h2, rook b2, which I guess leads to a sharper position, but might also give white some hopes.
Feels like Leinier, having made the time control, very much relieved, and he's got a solid position. I mean, the knight on f6, pretty as a picture, but not necessarily a very effective knight.
No.
We'd
Not
almost like
effective.
the knight on g5. We'd probably much prefer the knight on d4. We would at least be targeting the pawn on e6.
But somehow it just doesn't quite work because I mean I'm visualizing maybe the white king can kind of run in and try to get into c5, but
yeah.
But okay.
As we've reached time control, we're going to keep this in focus. We've got this one game remaining, but let's jump
straight to Anastasia, who is there with a guest.
I'm here with Wesley, so the hero of the tournament and the leader of the tournament right now. Yes, Wesley, congratulations.
Thank you.
First decisive result we have, and you managed to win the game.
Yeah.
It all started with Queen's Indian. When you saw it on the board, did you have... sorry, King's Indian.
Not Queen's Gambit.
Well, were you happy to see it on the board when Richie decided to go for it?
Yeah, first of all, I'm very pleased with the win. I mean, it feels like a decade since I last won a game. Yeah, like so I'd want to say glory to Christ for that because all wins come from Him, and yeah,
it's a good feeling.
Yeah, for sure. I think the world is getting crazy nowadays with war and sickness everywhere. So I'm kind of actually not 100% focused on chess even in this tournament because I'm like following all the news about Russia, Ukraine, also about Israel. But I'm glad I can still win a game. Like, and Richard is a great opponent. As I said earlier, he's a great player. 2 years ago in the Sinquefield Cup, he played really well. I think one of his best tournaments, where he was fighting for first place up to the very last round, I believe. So yeah, it's nice to finally win a game.
He's also a very creative player, yes, and probably today he just wanted to show that he's ready for fight.
H5. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't really prepare actually at all for today because yesterday was Thanksgiving.
Yes, exactly. We had a dinner, and I think you were at the table sitting together with Richard.
With Richard, yeah. I'm in very good terms with Richard and his wife Jovanka. I see them a lot. Also in Europe, we played the tournament recently in Berlin, a Blitz tournament, and we're in really good terms. I think he's a great guy. He's got a great wife. So but recently I think he's been playing also nonstop. Like he played in Isle of Man, and then he played in the European team. So I don't know how.
He just traveled all this way, yes, here, 25 hours.
Yeah, I don't know how players like him or others, or Fabi has played nonstop for 2 months. I don't know how they do it, but for me, I kind of need like a 2-week break after every major tournament just to regenerate. But but they're doing it. So I was very surprised by the King's Indian. Like I said, I didn't prepare at all, so I just thought I'd play 1c4, see what happens. I actually haven't played 1c4 in quite a bit in classical game, so he spent over 2 minutes here thinking. Like, of course, Black has many good replies. I thought he would go for like bishop b4 stuff or something like that. Like e5 is incredibly solid. But I thought for a while and went for the King's Indian. Like, I didn't expect the King's Indian because it takes a lot of courage to play it in a classical game. And so shout out to him. But I decided just, if he was going to play King's Indian, I'll play the Samish. Because I've been playing knight f3 and bishop e2. Like, Alireza and I had a big blitz match on the King's Indian just a couple months back online. So I was getting much better positions, but he kept beating me every game. So I said, okay,
let's change something.
Yeah, so I thought I'd play f3, and also it's more solid because you have options to castle queen side. So in the worst case, I won't get checkmated on the king side, hopefully. But I haven't played the Samish in like 7 years, I believe, or something like that. And then, I thought c5 was the best, but I didn't know exactly what Richard was going to play. Like, I think c5 is very, very solid. Now after bishop e3, knight c6, or I think Maxime plays c5 here, Vachier, like d5, e6, and white is not better, but it's just very complex. I played bishop d7 quickly, and I figured he's probably prepared against the main lines with knight c1 or rook c1. So played rook b1. Actually, shout out to my boy Andertang because I was working with him actually 9 years ago, back in 2014, and rook b1 was his idea. I remember very clearly. But
wow, something what you just analyzed 9 years ago to your mind.
Yeah, well, actually, he showed it to me. I don't think he remembered it now. Like, I don't think he even remembers how to about that session. But I think rook b8, like usually rook c1 is the move. But I think he played rook b1 against me. But I think it's much more effective against rook b8 because, like here, for example, the rook is passive on the b8. But when I played bishop d7, I thought I'll play rook b1 anyway, just to surprise Richie. But I think h5, I think he still prepared this. It looks so ugly. Okay. I don't know if h5 is his preparation. He
played it quickly, yes?
Yeah, he probably spent like 6 minutes, something like that. But it looks very ugly. But I couldn't.
It's like it gives you all this time to play whatever you want on the queen side.
Yes, my 4 connected pawns, or 5, or actually like 7, I mean, the b4, c4, d4, e4 is very impressive. So, I mean, I could never play like this with black because it doesn't fit my style.
Yes, like you got all this space. Yasser was very happy about it.
Yeah, I probably would, and because he plays the English with white. So, I mean, it takes certain kinds of players to play the King's Indian. I don't know where Richie went wrong. maybe it's just slightly worse the entire game. Okay, bishop takes. But my first intention was castle, but of course I missed bishop e8. And then I realized that was his plan all along.
C4 pawn, yes. Mm-hmm.
I got knight c6. So I spent a long time here. But I also noticed he was getting low on the clock, so I decided to play rook c1. I mean, I guess white is slightly better.
What do you think was the critical moment? Let's say, I'm sure there were a few, but let's maybe move to one of those.
Well, the first critical moment was the King's Indian.
Of course.
When I played rook b1 to surprise him.
Yes, okay.
And then, I don't know, I don't see how he could have equalized for the game. I mean,
yeah, it seems maybe. Like, I mean, you got really good position, and he had to find a way, yes, to equalize, and maybe it just didn't happen.
Yeah, maybe here, I mean, maybe b5. In the computer doesn't like b5. I suggest f5. I don't know. Maybe here. And something like that. And then he gets counterplay with queen e8. Something. Maybe here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wasn't especially pleased with knight d1 because you're retreating the knight. But I didn't see any other option. Like, I was going to play here. But then the knight seems funny on f4. Yeah, in fact, this is very bad, yeah? So, I mean, fortunately, I chose the right square. Finally, yeah.
When do you understand the position is better for you? Like, you really felt that, I mean, it's close to, that you have a huge advantage already.
Well, here I thought I was slightly better, and I was really, maybe queen c7, queen b8, as suggested by the engine. Maybe this was his best chance. And he's just
to bring one more piece to the queen side.
And he's just slightly worse. But at the same time, that he has to spend a further tempo, bringing the knight back to f6.
I see.
So I was really surprised when he played e5. No, I was surprised by many of his moves. h5, e5. I guess here I have many attractive options, but I couldn't find a way to... Like, I was sure I had a big advantage here. Like, I could take... But then, I don't know if this works. c5, rook d8, castle, bishop f8, rook d1, bishop c6. I was calculating.
You were all calculating all these lines, yes?
Yeah, and the knight looks trapped.
Knight f7, oh my gosh, what's happening here?
Yeah, I guess knight f7 is the only winning move. Yeah, I was looking at this, but I didn't see knight f7.
Let's move to this moment when yes, I mean, this is really interesting line and probably was also better, but you remember somewhere here when you...
Yeah, he sacrificed exchange.
Yes, he decided to go for this exchange sacrifice and he played this queen h4. Do you think that he wanted to go like queen h3 after and then he understood it doesn't give him much, maybe like queen h3 here, but he went back?
I think he was just playing for tricks at this point, as his style. He's got a very active style. Like, objectively, he has to defend the passive position, like something like this, queen d7, rook d1. Like, objectively, maybe he had to defend something like this, but it's not. I don't think it's his style with the bad bishop.
Exactly, and then let's say the game, we know what happened after, like you just kind of managed to use your the huge advantage you had in the position.
I thought I was going to go f5, and then I wasn't sure. I was going to go something like this,
Wow, okay. Many tricks, and checks.
Yeah.
Wesley, now...
Actually, I like here. I was thinking to play knight a5, but I decided to be courageous once in my life. So I decided to play rook c1.
This was funny.
I decided to be brave for once. And I couldn't really see what he was playing for. Like, I guess queen h3, king f2. I thought he might go knight f6. At least the queen is... But I guess, I was even thinking.
Yes, so Wesley, I mean, it was a nice game. I mean, finally you won it. You managed to win the game. And how do you feel as a leader of the tournament now?
Well,
last question.
I mean, I'm glad to win a game. Finally, I thought I would never win a game again.
No, this really happened. Thank you so much, Wesley, and all the best of luck for you in the next rounds. And now it's time to go for the commercial break.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So, Levon, welcome to Grand Chess Tour.
first of all. And of course, you're living in St. Louis. But my question is, when did you come back? And I know that you played in some tournaments during this month between the previous Grand Chess Tour event. So what did you do last month?
I've played in Isle of Man. And I came back on November 8th, I think. On November 9, I had a medical exam because Annie and I were applying for a green card. So I got like 6 vaccines. I'm still kind of, I'm not sure where I am.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But, you know, it's part of something that is required. So I'm happy, you know, to become a resident here. So I hope my green card will be granted, and you know, things will be much easier for me.
So you are still recovering from this vaccination period of time, yes? So what did you do after 9th of November? Basically today we're on 19th, yes, not 20th.
Yeah, well, I prepared for the tournament, you know, did some kind of meetings, you know, with some friends, and because we left to Isle of Man on the 19th of October, and on the 20th of October, my daughter Isabel, she turned 1, but we were not here. We had to kind of figure out when we're gonna do the birthday, so we did the birthday on the 18th, and all this preparation. So yeah, it's been a busy but very pleasant time.
Absolutely. It's nice that we still can say to our kids at this age that the birthday is not the exact day. Yes, it can be postponed sometimes. Yes. But I mean, now that you live in St. Louis, I mean, in general, how does it feel to live at home here and play it, I mean, nearby? And what impact has the fact that St. Louis Club is also located here?
Oh, it's very nice. You know, I really love playing chess here. So far, I mean, since I moved, I haven't really played well, but I'm a fighter. I always believe that every single tournament is an opportunity, you know, to improve my score. So I look forward to, you know, more tournaments in St. Louis where I can prove myself.
Absolutely. You played in Poland as a wild card of this Grand Chess Tour, and now you got also wild card for Sinquefield Cup. And how many times actually you played in Sinquefield Cup, and what, let's say, place it has in your chess life?
I think I only missed 1 year. It was the year when we were moving to St. Louis. I was not supposed to play this year, but I got lucky, you know, to be a replacement player for Dink. Well, I mean, the role that it plays, I think, you know, generally to be in the Grand Tour is a goal for every chess player. I didn't make it last year, and of course it's not great, but at least it's a motivation. It's a motivation for me just to improve and get to the Grand Tour and play in my city.
Absolutely. And now that you mentioned also Dink and the fact that he is absent here, I was just wondering, I mean, what is your opinion about all these things which are happening in the chess world right now, on the top especially? I mean, with Dink absence, with Magnus, who doesn't want to play that much in classical events. What is your opinion about everything what is happening, let's say, with the candidates tournament?
I think the time is slowly coming to a point where it's difficult to play classical chess because the openings and the fact that neural networks became a part of the chess and made studying chess so much easier. I mean, it's very difficult to get a game playing with white. And therefore, I think we're almost reaching the time that I've been waiting for my whole career when we switched to chess 960. So I think Magnus is ready. I think almost everybody is ready for it.
Really? This is what you think is happening, yes?
Yeah. It's I mean, it's not much fun, I think, because of the openings, you know? I understand that it might be a difficult information, you know, for majority of amateurs, because for them there is a lot of still, as they would say, a lot of meat on the bone. But for professionals, just showing that you're a better player to an average grandmaster is already very, very difficult. You have to kind of hope for, as they would say in tennis, unforced error. Because if you play your best and I mean your opponent knows the opening, there is just no chance for you to win the game.
Yeah, maybe something like this happened in Isle of Man, where you had good chances also, and then you played 4 draws in the last rounds. Like, I paid attention. Like, maybe something like this happened there. I didn't go into details, but
yeah, generally that's the problem, because the positions that you get from the opening, I mean, you dream of getting something that there is playable. You know, there are actually pieces on the board. So it's a bit of a problem. I maybe people will think I'm pessimistic. I can tell you a lot of my colleagues will think I'm actually optimistic.
So what, in 10 years we'll have Sinquefield Cup with 960?
Oh, I hope.
Oh, really?
I can't wait, yeah.
Yes, so this is where you see yourself in 10 years.
I hope I will be fighting, you know. You know, it all depends on such factors as health, but so far I can't complain. So, you know, I love to fight, I love to learn from young players, and it's just a very interesting thing to do.
Yeah, now speaking about the young players, who do you think are the most interesting player now in the chess world? I mean, from young generation.
Well, there are just way too many. I think nowadays you can take the whole national Indian team and you'll have all different personalities. But I personally root for Arjun. I root for Arjun Erigaisi in every single tournament, because I think he has some sort of a funny mannerism during the game. You know, he's so relaxed that I just love seeing that, you know, how relaxed he is.
Yeah, it's really hard to look relaxed during the chess game and to feel relaxed as well. Yes, and now that the tournament is starting tomorrow, Sinquefield Cup, like, are you looking forward to, and let's say, like the last words before the tournament, and whom are you like really want to play against?
Well, I always look forward to be playing tournaments, and especially strong tournaments like this one. And well, I think Fabi has been playing tremendously, so I like playing against him a lot. I mean, he is really showing, I mean, a lot of improvement as a player, because he works a lot on chess and he finds new things. And so I would say Fabi, Anish are my favorites, you know, to watch and learn from.
Thank you so much, Levon, and all the best of luck in the tournament for you. Welcome back. And during the break, well, we did see a final result. It was a draw, and there you can see the players analysing Alireza Firouzja against Leinier Dominguez. A very closely contested game.
It was a razor sharp, actually, and I think a lot of the tactics and ideas will remain behind the curtain there. But I just feel that somehow Alireza left more on the table than Leinier. Maybe
certainly.
Yeah.
I don't think, apart from that one moment early on, which honestly was a bit mystifying, why Leinier has not played e5 when he could have.
Right.
But from the moment he hasn't, Alireza was pretty much in control for the rest of the game and had very decent winning chances at certain points in mutual time trouble. But it always remained a very complicated position to play, and eventually It equalized, and after the time control, we should probably show how it ended. But
Yeah.
it was a very logical conclusion.
Very, very logical indeed. We left it just here at the very end itself. F2, F4, in anticipation of the fact that this pawn on E5 is going to need defending. Knight came to G6, attacking the pawn on F4. It was defended. Rook H4. Gift me the pawn on F4. King E3, check. Now, unfortunately, we can't even think about putting the rook in the way. Oops, that bishop on C6 lives with purpose, we would say. D4 check, and there goes the rook. So Alireza did play king D4, and then there was just a very forced and I would say correct repetition, and the players agreed to a draw. But I can't believe it. We have a leader.
We do now have a leader. I mean, it took 4 rounds, but we do have a decisive game between Wesley So and Richard Rapport.
And at a moment there, it might have been 3. There was 3 games that because MBL, if he could have gotten that bishop d5 move in.
No, at certain points during the round, I think all 4 games were very much in play. MVL missed what amounts to almost a assured win with 1 move and 1 move only, but there was a certain point in the game where he was much better.
And here's our poll, if you will. Which game will end decisively? Well, I must tip my hat to VAR, because he's just such a brilliant, insightful person.
He is. You also guessed correctly.
You're just saying that because it's so true.
But it was nonetheless a good guess that it was a decisive result between Wesley
thank you for competing,
and Richard.
by the way. Thank you for competing, for participating. I mean,
You're welcome.
Right.
And it does mean after 4 rounds, we have a leader in the competition. Wesley So is in outright first after scoring a victory over Richard Rapport. He moves to 2.5 points out of 4. And in second place, well, we have a whole load of people who have drawn all their games. And there at the bottom, we see Richard Rapport with 1 point after suffering his first loss.
Absolutely. Actually, there was a moment, Peter, I wanted to bring it was this moment where we had, I think it was right here.
Yeah, we didn't have enough time to
it.
properly discuss the move Knight H4, which is
But
definitely,
that was it.
Yeah, definitely a very important moment. Knight H4 and black can even play bishop b5 check here. So I can understand why Alireza wanted to begin by bishop d3, because bishop d3 absolutely safeguards his own king. But the complications which begin with either bishop b5 check first or rook g1 check first and then bishop b5 appear to come out fine for white. And that means that, let's say we imagine rook g1, king e2, rook e1, king e1. Without the rook on g6, the black king suddenly starts feeling a lot more vulnerable with ideas of queen h6 check and knight f6, or even the immediate knight f6.
Knight f6 has my attention. That's a nasty fork,
so
but you're right.
This would have been very, very challenging, I think, to play for black on very, very short time. But
and the other point is that the move knight h4 doesn't give black the tempo he needs to play knight c8, because of queen h6. But you said bishop b5 check might have been off-putting?
I saw some lines. Once again, there was no real time to check, but I have a feeling he didn't play knight h4 because he was worried he will miscalculate something here, bishop b5. I think the issue here is that ab5 isn't even forced. You can actually play c3, c4, and postpone the capture of that bishop until that time that you completely collect everything on the king side. The lines get messy, but they do appear to come out trumps for white.
Gotcha.
But I think both of them were in about 2 minutes at that point.
Right.
And allowing these types of complications when optically it feels like white is still much better after bishop d3, I think.
Right.
You can understand Alireza's decision here.
But bishop d3, knight c8, and then that initiative, however slight it was, kind of petered out.
Absolutely, and Leinier played very, very precisely from that moment onwards, actually. He made, I think, every single best move.
Well, it's, again, one of those things, Jovi. It was just like, just that one moment. There was the window right there, knight h4. In the MVL game, there was that window, that one moment, bishop d5.
Yeah.
You miss it, it's gone.
It is gone. I mean, that's why these players are the best chess players in the world. And they're incredibly resourceful, full of grit and resilience. Very impressive game. Actually, I would say from both parties, I felt like the opening was perhaps advantage Leinier.
Right.
But then the middle game
F65.
swung in Firouzja's favor.
Right.
But in the end, great.
Yeah.
Great result there. Great encounter. And let's go over to the studio with Anastasia and a special guest.
Yeah, I have Alireza with me. Alireza, welcome to the show. Let's check what happened in this game. I think you came very close at one point probably to winning. I don't know what was your feeling during the game.
Yeah, I think it should have been, I think, much better at least.
So I think that was the first critical moment. You played this knight g5, and after h6 you came back. Probably I thought that you had some ideas maybe to play after h6, I don't know, knight f7 or...
Yeah, I saw this line and I didn't believe I'm playing for anything. I saw after queen h4 I couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
So I just went back to play games. So it was probably...
It doesn't matter yesterday.
Yeah. It's a very typical London position. Here... we were playing normal moves, and I think he was too slow. He should have gone f65 faster, or f5, f4. So here he played like this. I felt like I have good position after h4. But yeah, he played rook e8, h5 takes, bishop b1. This is very good position, because his king is very weak. Exactly. And I have always queen c2, so...
So you would provoke f5 sooner or later, right?
Yeah, queen... I think here I came closest to winning, but I couldn't find the mate, the winning. Yeah, I missed. I missed bishop f5 here.
Bishop f5, yes.
Yeah, I missed this. Takes.
And if queen rook e7, yes, and if knight.
Yeah, takes. Yeah.
And in the end, you.
Yeah, this is very good.
So where did you stop calculating at which point? Well, you didn't see queen h7 at all?
I didn't see bishop f5.
Bishop f5, I see.
But still this, what is happening?
Yes.
g6. Takes, okay, this wins,
Yeah,
I missed bishop f5.
Yeah, I think, okay, but there were also some other moments. Okay, let's get, let's check. I mean, the game was long with so many opportunities for both. f5. It became a little bit tricky somewhere here.
Yeah, I couldn't find the good moves.
Yeah, but I think queen d2 was logical. Let's not check that much the engine. I mean, which other moves, like queen d2, you allowed all this rook g2?
Yeah, I thought I have to.
I was
and
wondering,
here knight h4, right?
Yes, did you check the move knight h4?
Yeah, I checked knight h4 briefly. And
so what did you calculate here? Like, or you didn't like this rook g1, rook e1?
I calculated things like.
Yes.
First of all, always bishop b5 check was in my mind.
Bishop b5. That's why you played bishop d3.
c4 only move.
Wow. So what happens if you take c4?
Yeah, I missed c4 because takes. This I thought I'm.
Yes.
This I thought I'm losing, or it's dangerous. This. I refuted. Oh yeah, but this is clever. I could go c4.
C4 here.
Yeah, because I will not allow the.
Yes, and
bishop,
queen, queen is not on b5, yes. Wow.
Yeah, this I missed.
Okay, but it's hard also to
queen
understand.
h6, king f7, check, and then I take.
And you take after, yes.
Still not easy.
No, nothing is easier, it seems like in this game.
Here he found knight c8, only move. Yeah, and then I felt like he could play for advance. Yeah, he's -1.
Yeah, you started to feel that it's getting better.
It's getting really out of hand here, but I couldn't find 97.
In these moments, let's say when you start feeling this, like what do you tell to yourself? Like, okay, like just calm down, come back to the game. What?
Here I just wanted to bail out somehow, but this move after I'm very. Because I exchanged one pair of rook and then I could defend somehow, but with two rooks, this is annoying.
Yeah.
But still I have chances to hold. draw was good result for him, I think.
At the end, maybe also for both. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, do you have this eager to win the game in this tournament? Like, what's happening with you watching all those draws around you and in your games?
Yeah, it's not good. I'm making all these draws. I normally don't make these draws.
Yeah, no, yes, of course, you're also a fighter.
Yes, but it's at the end always getting draws. So I don't know what to do. But I was winning this game, so it's good start, I think. And
absolutely, and I wish you all the best in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Alireza, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. We're going back to the studio, to Yasser and Jov and Peter.
Thank you, Alireza. Thank you, Anastasia. And that bishop b5 check, if you don't see c4, the opportunity just passes you right there.
As Alireza said, that it was very tempting to go pawn takes bishop and calculate those lines.
Exactly.
And of course, those ones were very wild. And here we can see it is our prediction time. So, has anyone chosen Wesley? No, none of us chose
All I can say is
Wesley.
I was robbed. I mean, bishop d5, and we are having a conversation.
Yes, well, when it comes to topic of Wesley.
What about my guy not winning a position in which every legal move wins?
That was
apart
rough.
from the one he made.
That was rough. Final standings after round 4.
And
Jovi.
it does mean that it was a great day for tournament leader Wesley So, who defeated Richard Rapport. He also now moves within 5 points in the live ratings.
Yes, the ratings
behind
fight.
Alireza
Yes.
Firouzja. Remember, the rating spot for the candidates is up
Exactly.
for grabs. And second place, we have Fabiano, Caruana, Alireza Firouzja, and a whole bunch of players. And Richard Rapport now is in 9th place after his loss. So it was a great day of chess in the end.
It was.
Full of fight.
Final thoughts about round 4, Peter?
I honestly think that all of us were somewhat robbed today because we could have easily had 3 or maybe even 4 decisive results if you take specific moments in every single game. It's really weird to say that about a game which featured a peace sacrifice, but the most peaceful was maybe the game between Fabi and Jan. And even that wasn't a boring game by any stretch.
No.
And in the other 3, there were definitely spots along the way where a player would feel aggrieved not to have won that position. So the tournament, I think, is warming up nicely. we're running out of time a little bit, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Today is an optimistic day in terms of the future of our tournament. I enjoyed it greatly.
Me too. The blockade has been lifted. No more. The draw virus has stopped. We're going to be coming back tomorrow for round 5 before we enjoy our free day on a Sunday, right?
Yes,
That's the
free day
idea.
on a Sunday. But until then, we do have an amazing day of chess tomorrow. So tune in, same time, same place. And thank you everyone for watching. You're not going to want to miss tomorrow's action.
Absolutely. Good night.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.